City Planning Commission meeting of Wednesday, November 2nd, 2011. I'd like to get everybody to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you and welcome, everybody. Roll call, please. Michelle?
Kevin Weisky.
Here.
Dennis Romeo is absent. Doug Kaufman.
Here.
Patty Egan is absent. Max Haltom.
Here.
Dagny Stapleton. Here. Jason Woosley.
Here.
Thank you, Michelle. Next on our agenda is public comment. This item is for either general public comment or for public comment on an action item. If commenting on an action item, please place the agenda item number on the request to speak form. For those of you who have not filled out a request to speak form or are unfamiliar with the way we operate here, Michelle, over to my right, has requests to speak forms. Michelle, can you hold one up, please? Michelle? There she is. They're right here. If you would fill one out and put the, if there's an agenda item that you're going to discuss, that number on it, I would appreciate it. Michelle, do we have any requests to speak forms under public comment now that it's open?
No, we do not.
Okay. Is there anyone here this evening who wishes to speak under public comment? Hearing and seeing none, I close public comment. Next on our agenda is approval of minutes of September 20th, 2011 workshop and October 5th, 2011 regular meeting. Any changes to the September 20th meeting minutes? Motion? Commissioner Kaufman?
I have to abstain since I wasn't here.
Okay. Commissioner Woosley?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Okay. I have a motion. Second. Commissioner Haltom?
Commissioner Haltom, I second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. One
And
abstain.
One abstain.
Thank you. Second would be for meeting minutes for the regular meeting of October 5th, 2011. Do we have any corrections or notes, comments? Commissioner Haltom?
Commissioner Haltom, I make a motion to approve the October 5th regular meeting minutes.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Stapleton?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? None. Thank you. Next on our agenda is City Council liaison reports. None? Very good. Move on to our agenda under public hearings. First up this evening is LDC 12-00016, the Swill Coffee and Wine. Staff, Vern, if you would, please.
Vern Close, Senior Planner, good evening. This case had to be pulled from the agenda due to a noticing error, and you've all received an email requesting if you could consider a special meeting to get this one back on, but at this point it can't be heard because of the noticing error.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And as of a couple of minutes ago, I understand we have not, Claudia, if you could respond to this, we have not gotten enough response yet from commissioners on which date is available?
That's correct. Claudia Hansen, Plan and Engineering Manager. If you would, please check your emails and respond immediately after this meeting, no, as soon as you can, to Michelle regarding a date that would work for you so we can schedule the special meeting for that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our agenda this evening is item LDC 12-00014, St. Paul's Methodist Church Solar. If the applicant's representative or applicant will come forward, please, and describe your project. You'll have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mark Kaiser, and I'm here on behalf of St. Paul's and Life of Solar. We're here in order to obtain a special use permit for a proposed solar array, and we agree to the conditions as stated in the staff report. All of them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Staff?
Vern Close, Senior Planner. Again, you heard a variance on this application in March that was approved. What they're requesting is identical, except for they need a special use permit for residential adjacency. And there are some upgrades to the landscaping related to the special use permit. There is a modification to condition number 10 to reduce the additional number of trees from 6 down to 4, and also the number of additional shrubs from 36 down to 24. That's based on a reassessment of the landscaping that was there. It allowed us to reduce the additional landscaping they have to install. The only call I received was about the landscaping and the current situation that allowed us to reduce that, and we had no other responses to the notice. That concludes our presentation, and staff is recommending approval.
Thank you, Vern.
Thank you.
With that, I will open public comment. I have 2 requests to speak forms. Pat Lamy, you're first, followed by Judy Jensen, please. Patrick?
Good evening, ladies and
3
gentlemen.
minutes.
My name is Pat Lamy, and I am the pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church. You know, we started this project. We were approved a year ago last September for this from Envy Energy. Went to get the building permit, found out we had to have a variance. We went through the variance and got through that in March. And we thought we'd cleared the hurdle, but not quite. A couple days later, we were informed we now have to have a special use permit. We built our church in 1957. We have been in that location with the doors open since 1957, serving our community. And I guess some of the problems that we have is that we're not quite sure how clear the picture is, because it seems like every time we do something in good faith, the target changes for us, and it's a little frustrating from time to time. I feel a little bit like David and Goliath, and I feel like the city's Goliath and unfortunately winning this situation right now. I did talk to Vern just a few moments ago, and he's willing to work with us on some of this stuff, and that's a great thing. But as a faith community, we give back to the community. We invest in people's lives, and all this landscaping that the city's requiring is money that is taken away from us to put out into the community to give to people that need the money. I would much rather invest in a community project rather than in trees and shrubs. I think as a community of faith, that says who we are and what we do. It's important for us. We've been serving the community for 55 years. We want to continue to do that. We are not a big congregation. We're about 50 families, which worships about 80 people. So we're not a mega church in any way, shape, or form. We're $2,000 out for the variance permit. We're $5,000 out for the special use permit. We've got the landscaping that was required that we pursued on the variance that isn't completed. We're out a couple thousand there. You know, we're looking at a project that could be $15,000 to $20,000 out of our pocket just to get up and running. And that's money we could put back in the community, and we would love to do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pastor. Judy Jensen?
Hi, my name is Judy Jensen. I've been attending St. Paul's for over 20 years. I live in Sun Valley. I don't know if that affects the fact that I'm not from Reno, but I went to Reno High. I just want to ask you all to please approve our permit. We're trying to go green, not just with our T-shirts. We want to spend our money on missions. We've got St. Paul's has Noah's Ark Daycare Center, one of the best nonprofit daycare centers in the city. We want that to continue. We don't want to have to lose money putting them into trees. I assure you that landscaping will be excellent. We'll do absolute best. We've got volunteers to put all that in. But we, as Pat said, we want to be able to spend our money on the community. We've had teams partner with other churches that helped Fernley during their flood. We've sent people to New Orleans to do missions there. We help with the food bank. That's where our money really belongs. So I would like you to look at the trees and the shrubs. That's my only big concern. As I understand it, again, it was thrown in extra after we'd already done a whole bunch of other things. And just as a side note, not to throw stones at anybody, one of our conditions was to fence in our dumpster. Peavine School is right across the street from the front entrance of our church. Their dumpster is not only not fenced in, but it's also oftentimes on part of the sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michelle, those are the two requests to speak forms I have. Are there any others?
No, they're not.
Okay. Is there anyone else here in the audience this evening who wishes to speak under this public comment item, this agenda item, who has not filled out a request to speak form? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, I close public comment. Bring it back to the commission for questions and/or discussion. Or motion. Commissioner Woosley. Commissioner Kaufman, I'm sorry.
I'd like to make a motion on LDC 12-00014. Based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the special use permit subject to the conditions with the revised condition number 10. And I can make all the findings.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Woosley?
I can second that, and I'll make all the findings.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good luck with your project. Thank you. Okay. Next on our agenda this evening is item number 3, LDC 12-00015, PUD for MSFL McCarran Center. If the applicant's representative will come forward, please, and introduce herself. You will have 15 minutes.
Good evening.
Melissa, if I can, before
Yes.
you get started, just for the benefit of those in the audience here this evening who have an interest in this project, I would just like to make a quick statement, and that is that what is before us this evening is not a specific project. It is for a zoning map amendment. And that is just to allow the property owner in the future to do something else with their property should they wish to do that. I'm sure that Melissa will go over that in more detail, but I just want to clarify that that is what we are looking at tonight, and that is what we will be focused on, and we'll be focused on that for this piece of property. Okay? Thank you. Melissa, you'll have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Melissa Lindell with Wood Rogers. I'd like to introduce several people from UNR who are with me tonight. Mark Johnson, Interim President. Ron Zurich, Vice President, Administration and Finance. Mary Dugan, General Counsel. And Troy Miller, Director of Real Estate. I also have with me Mark Gukin from Wood Rogers. He's a principal and he's a hydrologist and certified floodplain manager, and Paul Salegi, the traffic engineer. This was a request for zoning map amendment to change the designation on a 104-acre site from LLR1, which would allow for 104 homes, to PUD. The proposed PUD will allow for the development of office commercial flex uses and employment-generating business park uses, similar to those found on the west side of McCarran Boulevard, and they would be in accordance with the specific PUD design guidelines that we presented. This is a long-term plan with anticipated build-out of 7 to 20 years. I'd like to draw your attention to the vicinity map. This is the site in question along McCarran Boulevard, and it goes east approximately 950 feet to the east. And want to point out Clean Water Way to the north, the UNR meat packing facility, which is north of the property and is not part of this application. And then the UNR Farms property is 1,049 acres, and it extends all the way to the east along the river. This is a 104-acre site of that UNR property, so it's about 10% of the UNR property site. The surrounding uses to the west include the Dermody Business Park and similar office, commercial, research type uses which we're proposing on this land. There are scattered scattered residents to the south in this area, and they're over 835 feet away, and there's the east side subdivision which is over 1,200 feet away to the south. Also, there are some multifamily uses to the south and the west. This specific piece of property here has been used for grass pasture land for a number of years. There's no food producing substances that have been grown on any of the university farms that I'm aware of, but certainly not on this piece. The PUD will not impact existing buildings on the university farms property, and specifically I just want to reemphasize it does not impact the wolf pack meat operation. It's not part of the wolf pack meat operation, and the wolf pack meats has nothing to do with this application. This area has been annexed into the city of Reno, and the remainder of the land, the UNR land here, including the wolf pack meats, is within Washoe County and is not a subject of annexation and is not part of this application. In terms of our request, this is the plan for the PUD. It includes the mix of office, commercial, business park uses similar to those that are found immediately to the west on McCarran Boulevard. And as you all know, McCarran Boulevard is kind of in the urban ring center of the area and the place where development is supposed to occur in the Reno area. It's an ideal location for the business park and employment center because of its close proximity to I-80 and the airport. The majority of the property is within the 100-year flood zone, and that has drawn quite a bit of attention and comment. The entire area is in the critical flood zone 1 area, and it's subject to compliance with the City of Reno Critical Flood Pool Ordinance, which was unanimously approved by your Planning Commission in September of 2010 and approved by a majority of the City Council in October of 2010. This exhibit is dated 2007. You can see that right here in this corner. And this has been part of an exhibit that's been with the Flood Project for a number of years. And the area in red here on the north along the river in the University Farms area has been identified and studied as part of the Flood Project. There's two options, and one of the options is for the Flood Project to take 85 acres, which is kind of north of this faint red line here, for the Flood Project. And the second option is to take a full 160 acres, which would go down to Clean Water Way. And that is something that the Flood Project is looking at and has not decided yet. And that is really out of the control of UNR at this point. The area in white has been identified since at least 2007, years before that, I'm told, as an area for potential development. And it has been listed on these maps, so it should be no surprise to anybody that this has been a proposal for development for a number of years. We understand one of the big concerns, again, is the flood project and how this fits in and how the development can be mitigated in accordance with the City of Reno Critical Flood Pool Ordinance. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to our expert hydrologist, Mark Gukin, who's going to tell you how the property fits into the flood project and how we can mitigate it and how we gain the support of the city staff in our hydrology report part of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Mark Gukin, Principal Engineer with Wood Rogers. I don't want to belabor your flood ordinance, but I just put that up on the screen briefly to help indicate to you how we focused our efforts to address the city requirements. The key aspect of the critical flood pool is to cause no adverse impact. That's highlighted in blue toward the bottom. As we go to the next page of the ordinance, it provides a little bit more detail as to how we need to address that requirement of no adverse impact. And the three primary components are one-to-one mitigation. For every foot of fill that displaces water during the 117-year flood event within that critical flood pool area, you would need to do excavation to compensate for it. So there's that one-to-one requirement. We need to do that mitigation in the same area, and the city has defined zones that are different, that have different water surface elevations, and we have to do the mitigation within those different zones, corresponding to where we're doing the fill for the project. And third aspect is we have to do it within the same elevation band. And just thinking about a flood, that's so that we're storing water at the same timing as would occur with the existing conditions, the same level of the flood for that storage to occur. These are just the definitions of the, move that up a little, move that. The elevation band that's defined as...
Michelle, can you zoom in on that, please?
I'm sorry?
I was asking Michelle to zoom in on it. There you go.
Oh.
Can you, now if you'll slide your paper.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, not very well focused, I guess, but basically the critical aspect of within the same elevation band, it calls for that to occur within 10 feet. And we conservatively looked at that as 5 feet plus or minus from the lowest point within the site proposed for development. So the ordinance calls for within 10 feet. We looked at it from within 5 feet either side of the lowest point within the site proposed. Okay, I'd like to tell you we really did some fabulous hydraulic modeling to come up with the conclusions that we did, but really honestly I think I can talk you through the analysis that we did just using this figure that's up on the screen. Just to point out some aspects. I know some parts of it are a little hard to read, but I'll point them out for you. The pink boundaries are the boundaries of properties owned by UNR, which includes everything to the east. The blue boundaries are the different critical flood pool zones, and I'll point those out a little bit. This area here that I'm pointing at now, that's, sorry, a little shaky there. That's critical zone 8, and located just to the south of that, the southern portion of the site. Let me turn around. Put this one here. Yeah, southern portion of the site would be toward the bottom, and that's defined as critical zone 7. Or sorry, 8 is the northern portion of the site, and 9 is the southern portion of the site. And so you can see that we can readily mitigate within the same zones immediately adjacent. Another critical aspect of this figure is it defines the water surface elevation for that critical pool, and that's defined as 4397.36. It's important to note that portions of the site are already actually above that elevation, and really for those limited portions no mitigations would be required. At the very northern portion of the site, the current elevation is around 4,400 feet. As you move southerly through the site, about 2/3 of the way through to the southern portion of the site, you get to a point where the existing ground is about 3 feet below that critical flood pool elevation, and I'll indicate that area now. So that's the point where you're about 3 feet below, and from there it flattens out a little bit as you head south. So really, most of the 2/3 of the site varies from 0 to 3 feet below the critical flood pool elevation, and 1/3 of the site is about 3 to 4 feet below that critical flood pool elevation. So looking at that, I think it's pretty reasonable to see that the average that the site would need to be raised is about 2.5 feet. We've talked to our geotechnical engineers who conducted research on past studies of groundwater in the area, and based upon their research, they determined that groundwater is likely at least 5 feet below the ground surface. It's necessary that we can't excavate below the groundwater and count that as mitigation, because we'd have ponding water sitting there at all times. They also did some field investigation and looked at surface indications in nearby ditches, looked at indications from burrowing animals, which gives you an indication of how deep groundwater may be, and that confirmed their preliminary assessment that groundwater is greater than 5 feet deep within the site. So just in summary on this figure, it would seem that we can mitigate by excavating to a depth of something approximating 3 feet for an area similar to the size of the proposed development. It would likely be less, because ultimately in the development, not everything would have to be elevated to above that critical flood pool elevation. Walkways, landscaped areas, parking areas would not have to be elevated so much, and so you wouldn't require that much mitigation. So based upon that, it seems likely that an area less than that proposed for development would be necessary for the mitigation storage area. This is just a kind of a basic concept graphic which depicts how the mitigation would occur. The minimum elevation within the proposed development area is around 4393.5. That would need to be raised up. Really, the minimums of the city code is the FEMA elevation plus 1 foot, but we would recommend that they elevate to at least the critical flood pool elevation, the flood project design elevation, which is the 117-year storm, which is a little bit higher, and that's an elevation of 4397.36. The last aspect I just would like to touch on is another flood control requirement that we need to meet, and that's the FEMA requirements. Because of the size of development, ultimately a FEMA letter of map provision would be necessary for the development. The water surface elevations for this area are actually determined based upon the Steamboat Creek flood elevations. The project area is shown with the orange boundary. Kind of the light orange hatching are areas outside the 100-year flood. Those are areas of 500-year flooding, which are not regulated by FEMA. And the water surface elevation shown for Steamboat Creek is 4395, which again, that is the governing elevation for this site. We looked at it a little bit more precisely. We want to be thorough. The hierarchy of the most precise information for FEMA is the flood profiles. We looked at those, and that actually gave us an elevation of 4395.2, so just 0.2 higher. But the governing elevation that we're recommending is the critical flood pool elevation, which is a little bit above that. And with that, I'll turn it back to Melissa.
Thank you. Melissa, you got about 30 seconds to wrap up.
In summary, just want to put up the vicinity map again. We concur with staff's recommendation for approval of this PUD. The property, which again does not include the Wolfpack meat site, has been shown on maps and identified for potential development for years. The proposed office, commercial, and business park uses are consistent with other uses of business parks to the west. And as Mark Gookin has indicated, the site can be developed in accordance with the city's flood pool ordinances, and we do have the concurrence with your city staff on our approach for mitigation. With that, concludes my presentation. There are a number of us in the audience from UNR and our other experts that would be happy to answer questions at the appropriate time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa. Staff? Nathan, before you get started, this might be a good time to go through disclosures. Commissioner Kaufman?
I've had conversations with the applicant's representative and many, many emails.
Thank you. Commissioner Woosley?
As well, I've had conversations with the applicant representative as well as many, many emails.
Thank you. As have I, both conversation with the applicant and many, many emails. Great interest. Thank you. Commissioner Stapleton?
I also had conversations with the applicant's representative. I also had many emails, and I had conversations with concerned members of the public.
Commissioner Haltom?
As have I, and compliments to the citizens that took the time to provide some feedback.
Thank you. Nathan, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. As you know, staff's evaluation is based on the policies in the adopted master plan and the standards in the adopted Reno Municipal Code. The proposed zoning appears consistent within these parameters. The property was annexed to the city in October. Currently, the site and the majority of the UNR farms are within the city of Reno's sphere of influence with the Special Planning Area Master Plan Land Use Designation. This designation identifies two potentially compatible zoning designations. One is a planned unit development and the other being open space. The proposed zone change is not located in an area identified for open space or greenway acquisition in the Open Space and Greenways Plan, and it's not located in any regional development constraint in the Conservation Plan. The nearest identified areas are along the Truckee River, about 1,500 feet to the north, and along Steamboat Creek, about a mile to the east. The site appears appropriate for a PUD zoning designation. In this condition, staff can make the applicable findings for the proposal. Bill Gall, Senior Civil Engineer, will be available to answer your questions regarding hydrology, traffic impacts of the proposal. I'll be available for any questions related to the land uses.
Thank you, Nathan. With that, I will open public comment. We've received several requests to speak forms. I will go through those first, and then I have a little larger stack of those who do not wish to make a statement, but they have written some comments, and we will take time to read those into the minutes after the speakers are done. Each person I call up will be given 3 minutes, and I will try and hold you to that 3 minutes as closely as possible. With that, we will start with Terry Thomas. Terry. And following Terry will be Kim Rodemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, members of the Commission. Terry Thomas for the record. I represent the Upper Southeast Community Coalition, or the UCC, as well as the East Side Subdivision, which is where I reside as a member of that coalition. Ladies and gentlemen, since 1977, many planning, zoning, and development decisions have been made, all by the Reno City Council, which have had an impact on the East Side Subdivision residents who live in the county. The question is, what will these impacts be in the future? For example, the Cottages project was allowed to pay off the city of Reno $50,000 fee, a paltry fee, for its flooding impacts. Fortunately, the city of Reno changed its ordinance since then. Nevertheless, the one-to-one mitigation ordinance that is in effect does us no good, as you may imagine. It puts us no worse than the 2.5 to 3 feet of water that was in our homes in 1997, but it puts us no better. And I would put to you that you don't even know how much worse it would be, since no hydrology study has been done since the developments across McCarran, the Mammoth FedEx building, the Buckbean Brewery and its strip mall where it resides, the Quick Stop, the plaza where Quiznos is, Southern Wines and Spirits behind it. There has been no hydrology study, according to the flood project, that addresses these impacts. And all of the buildings and pavement and parking lots on that side of our neighborhood represent a flooding hazard to us, let alone the countless other developments that have occurred since 1997. 2 parcels have already won annexation into the city of Reno: the 14-acre Menke parcel, the former driving range, and now the 104 UNR acre parcel. The Reno City Council wisely turned down the master plan amendment on the Menke Family Trust proposal as it was being too intense, and they were not able to make the required findings. Now Wood Rogers, on behalf of UNR, with their usual work, will try to feed you a bunch of baloney about their research and considerations for being sensitive and compatible with the ag property to the east, quote unquote, and undeveloped property to the south. With all due respect, ladies and gentlemen, there are people who live to the east and people who live to the south for whom sympathy or respect or compatibility and sensitivity is obviously not on their mind. Swell. We need open space, not vacant space. We need someone to look out for us as the city of Reno hungrily grabs up annexation targets. We need agriculture to sustain this community and this state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Please hold your applause. Okay. We've got a long meeting tonight. I'm not going to have it interrupted. Thank you. Kim Rodemeyer. After Kim will be Jill Heaton. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kim Rodemeyer, and as a member of the board of the Upper Southeast Communities Coalition, I'm speaking on behalf of our board and over 4,500 members as well as myself. Since records started being kept in 1862, the following years have had 100-year or more flood events on either the Truckee River or Steamboat Creek. In most of the following cases, it has been both: 1862, 1867, 1886, 1890, 1907, 1909, 28, 37, 50, 55, 63, 65, and more recently 86 and 97. I am not including the New Year's Eve flood of 2005 because, according to my research, it was only a 30-year flood on the Truckee and an 80-year flood on the Steamboat Creek. About half of these floods were rain-only events, and the other half were rain on snow events, or snow melting too rapidly events. A couple of these were devastating 100-year flash floods. In 1950, it rained for 7 days and 13 inches of rain fell. According to records in the Truckee Meadows, over 4,000 acres of land were 5 feet deep with water. In comparison, UNR is only just over 1,000 acres. In 1955, and please note that the 1955 flood was the most devastating in recent memory, even greater than 1997, even though it had less CFSs than 1997. Everything east of 395 was underwater, along with all of downtown Reno's and Sparks. It was a snowmelt flood. 13 to 15 inches of rain fell on 15 feet of snow in 5 days. In the Truckee Meadows, 6,000 acres of land were underwater, an estimated 6 feet deep, for 8 days before the water started to recede. In 1907, in the Truckee Meadows, it was just reported that everything south of the cattle pens, which were located in what was called the Glendale district next to the old 2-lane highway, which is now I-80, was underwater. In 1963, in another rain event, approximately 4,000 acres in the Truckee Meadows was again underwater, et cetera, et cetera. People died in just about every one of these floods. Since the early 70s, the Army Corps of Engineers has been recommending limited building on the floodplain in the Truckee Meadows. Those recommendations have been ignored completely by the powers that be in development in this area. In 1983, a draft feasibility report and the draft environmental impact statement, the Corps recommended in our particular area that UNR Farms be strictly a flood storage area. In September of 1997, the Corps released another study, again recommending limiting the building in the floodplain. The Double Diamond, Damani Ranch areas are already built up with more already approved. Rosewood Lakes, Roseview, Hidden Meadows, parts of Hidden Valley, Heron's Landing, East Side, Donner Springs, Mill Creek Townhouses, the industrial areas between Longley Rock and Mill, and the industrial areas in Sparks are already developed. When are we going to start limiting? There is only the UNR Main Station Farm and the Butler Ranch North left of the entire Truckee Meadows floodplain. What was once well over 10,000 acres is now down to about 1,600. We would urge this commission to not approve the change in zoning to a PUD. We encourage the Planning Commission to recommend the zone change to open space for the entire Main Station Farm in a master plan amendment for the safety of everyone in the Truckee Meadows, in particular the surrounding communities and commercial properties. On a personal note, you guys have my NAB comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Wendy? I'm sorry.
Changed my mind. May I not cede my 3 minutes to her? Is that okay? Said Jill Heaton first.
Why are we seating?
I was going to cede my 3 minutes to her, but I'd like to speak, if that's okay.
Go ahead. That'd be Jill Heaton?
Yes.
Go ahead.
My name is, thank you for the time given today. My name is Dr. Jill Heaton. I have a PhD, not an MD. I am not a hydrologist. However, I am a research scientist, and I have conducted numerous models for other agencies in the state of Nevada, including Clark County. I respectfully request either the Commission and or the University of Nevada, Reno request from Wood Rogers some additional information on their hydrologic model. Although all models are hopefully a good representation of reality, every model is wrong. We have to find out where it could potentially be wrong. And so I simply respectfully request that from Wood Rogers that they provide some information on the error bars associated with their model, and could they then translate that information into where that translates onto the ground, where they have uncertainty about how right or wrong they are with respect to that hydrologic model. And that's all I have to say today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Ann Luhila. After Ann will be Chris Mendoza.
Thank you, members of the Planning Commission, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ann Lovala. I represent Nevada Grown Farmers Association and also represent myself as a private citizen. I'm here tonight for 3 reasons. 1, I'm here to oppose the proposal to annex and rezone part of the UNR farm station acreage referred to as McCarran Strip. 2, I am here to recommend that the McCarran Strip be considered for a permanent conservation easement. And 3, I am here to ask for more transparency from our government officials. First of all, I oppose the proposal to rezone McCarran Strip from agricultural to planned development. It will destroy some of our last remaining agricultural resources and our opportunity to educate our students. To quote from the UNR website, the main station farm, a major research and teaching facility for the University of Nevada, Reno, is one of the last open green spaces in Reno. The property has more than 1,000 acres of prime farmland. Planned development is proposed on 100 of the most fertile acres of this property, and it is not compatible with the agricultural activities of the farm. Likewise, Wolfpack Meats is affected because homeowners and office buildings across the street are not going to want a slaughterhouse across the street from them. 2, I concur with the recent recommendation of the Cabinet Advisory Board and stakeholders' proposal that the McCarran Strip be considered for a permanent conservation easement, allowed for continued and permanent agricultural use, and be compatible with future flood control measures. The University of Nevada is a land-grant university whose mission is to focus on the teaching of practical agriculture. Recent vertical cuts in the last couple of years, it seems to look that maybe the college has forgotten one of our missions. I've lived in Nevada for more than 30 years. Contrary to what some people believe, we grow things in Nevada. Local agriculture has burgeoned in northern Nevada and across America in the last decade. Local agriculture is rebuilding our local economies hit hard by the recession. Northern Nevada's restaurants, retailers, and consumers depend on our local farms. And 3rd, I ask for more transparency from our government officials. I've attended 2 recent stakeholder meetings within the last month. At both meetings, stakeholders asked UNR representatives if rumors were true that there were future development plans for the farm. We were misled, we were misinformed, we were not giving the information we asked for. I would like to quote today's Reno Gazette-Journal and UNR President Mark Johnson. All these rumors and the speculation that is occurring are kind of harmful, referring to the issue tonight. Possibly these rumors and speculation are a direct result of the lack of transparency from our government officials. On this note, I'd like to conclude. I also have 33 additional letters submitted from, these are ranchers, UNR alumni, and private citizens that they would like included into the public record. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would give those to Michelle, please.
Thank you.
Next, Chris Mendoza. After Chris will be Wendy Bavoli.
My name is Chris Mendoza. I'm an ex-20-year employee of the experiment station. And I have seen through 20 years.
Chris, can I ask you to speak into the microphone, please? We need to record. Thank you.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes.
I have seen over the 20 years students come from Australia, Portugal, LA. They learn from breeding animals, birth, feeding, slaughter, processing, marketing. They learn all that. They learn crop production. And without that land, it's not going to happen anymore. And with the way that the university is reducing their classes and everything with the state budget cuts, you'll never see that again. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Wendy?
I have to adjust it to my size,
That's okay.
which is just a little bit smaller. Good evening, commissioners and members of the public and all the interested parties. My name is Wendy Baroli, B-A-R-O-L-I, and I'm a fourth generation native of Reno, Nevada, Italian heritage. My family used to ranch on Lakeside Drive. And I am here because I am very concerned that this has happened in a very fast-track manner. And I understand that, you know, the UNR farm station has some ideal development land, but that farm station land was made for the college to educate students in agriculture. And we have had a number of issues come up where the College of Agriculture no longer exists, and now it's called Cabner, and we're not even sure if they have a broom closet left to actually teach agriculture in. And we know also that during these budget cuts, there's not much that they can do about that, but we have to preserve our main station so that when the time comes for hands-on education, that it is available to us again there. And as far as it being on the radar since 2007 for development, that's not a good argument. The fact is that it is a farm station, and it does not belong to UNR. It belongs to the population of the state of Nevada. And that farm station is the future of our young people here furthering agriculture as it changes. And so I'm opposed to this process of annexation rezoning, as there hasn't been an open and transparent discussion of this proposal with the general public. This PUD was created very, very quickly, even though there are all kinds of stakeholders who are very interested in having a conversation. And you can see by the letters that you have received and the last meeting that happened and the meeting that happened in Carson City that the stakeholders' concern is not just this 104-acre break-off, but what happens to the rest of agriculture within that area. Claiming that agriculture and business development parks are compatible, I would have to say that if you have not been near 4 or 5 pigs, or 10 or 12 cows, or corrals and stalls full of animal manure, then you really don't understand that 15 feet of landscaping is not going to mitigate that problem. And the other issue is I believe that the number is 18,000 trips per day will be increased in this area. And I have to ask you, how is that compatible with an abattoir? How is that compatible with animals? So what I would ask right now is that from this particular issue, right now, you uniformly table the rezoning. There's no reason to rezone this at this point unless you want to amend the master plan into open space, table it so we can have a transparent debate, and maybe what we can do is turn it into a conservation easement that benefits all of UNR and also the UNR Agricultural College. This is something that you guys as planners and commissioners can take into consideration. We are in the last stages of what is left of Nevada's and especially Reno's local agriculture. You have an opportunity to follow that green plan that Reno continues to talk about by saving something that exists that's still very much in use. I also have a couple of letters here from C.J. Hadley from Range Magazine in opposition, Nevada's Cattlemen's Association, and Nevada Wool Growers Association. I would like to have entered into the record.
Wendy, thank you very much. If you would please give those to Michelle. Okay, that's the last of the request to, or the comment forms that I have for people who wish to make a comment. Is there anyone who yes, sir. If you would come up to the microphone, did you give that to Michelle, please? Come on up, introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
I wasn't going to comment, but my name is Jim Watke. I've been here since 1933. I was born and raised here. I've been on every flood there was except 1955 when I was overseas in the military. And we live on the corner of Pembroke and McCarran, which is adjacent to this. We tried to stop the cottages over there from filling in there, and they finally stopped after the last truck dumped their last load of dirt in there. I was told by the city down there that they were sure sorry about the mistake in there, and when they were paid $50,000, I asked if that money could be used to help in our area there to raise houses or whatever the case may be. And I was told, well, let's hope it's put to a good cause. And I said, what are you going to use it for? If we don't know yet, but let's hope it helps you out there. And just for people and the engineers and stuff doing their things, remember that the last flood in 97, all the sheep that died out there, and that was all engineered. I mean, people, these were professional people, and for no reason. What was it, 400 head of sheep, I think, that died out there? But yet, well, we didn't figure the water was going to be up that high, or whatever the excuse was. But that was uncalled for, because of whoever's engineering or whoever was talking about knowing how this all runs. And it's just like we've heard tonight. I'm a retired plumber. I'm not an engineer of anything else. But I know when we were standing in our front door and watching water come through our front door and out the back door, I'll guarantee you it wasn't a fun thing, not one bit. And if you keep raising that land, and from the time I can remember back when, that whole area, McCarran, Pembroke, that triangle corner out there, God help me, has been the flood area. Now, whoever is trying to promote this to build their houses or whatever it is they want to build in there, pretty soon it's going to be just a little bit more, a little bit more, and a little bit more. And so what is the sense of these people trying to figure out a flood area when they just keep coming in here and say, well, let's go ahead and do this, let's go ahead and do that. And of all the engineering, like I say, 400 sheep died. Of all the good engineering, it was a big mistake. So why not leave things well enough alone, use that triangle shape there, forward the floodplain, and forget about it. I mean, I don't think everybody's broke anyway, and does somebody need the money that bad? And if they're talking about building warehouses, Christ, look all over town. If you want a warehouse, you can find a warehouse any place you want to, because God only knows there's many of them around here that are empty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, yes, one more. When you get done, would you please see Michelle and fill a card out for me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks. My name is Amber Salaberry, and I am here representing many stakeholders in this community. I'm one of the original co-founders of the Great Basin Food Co-op, and we are one of the main retail entities that buys from 5 of our 6 local meat producers are here in northern Nevada. And while it's been said multiple times that this will not affect the Wolfpack meat processing station, I agree with everyone else's comments that nobody's going to want a slaughterhouse next door. In addition to the educational resources, at the last meeting that we attended out in Carson City, there were several farmers that we were speaking with afterwards and people who spoke up during the meeting that expressed their concerns with the lack of access to agricultural education and how they are actually looking into sending their kids out of state so that they can access these resources and be able to get a quality education where we have these resources available here right now. I agree with Wendy Burley that when the time becomes available, we need to make sure that this space is here. This will have a huge economic impact here in northern Nevada, where 70% of our agriculture is either beef or alfalfa. And this being the only USDA certified processing facility in northern Nevada, that would hurt all of our ranchers. It would hurt the co-op tremendously, which has grown phenomenally in the last 7 years. It's moving to a new location with 7,000 square feet. We're about 3 months away from expanding our meat section 300%, primarily with local ranchers. And so I think there's a huge amount of concern, not only from urban consumers, but also from rural agricultural communities that depend on this livelihood. So I think this really needs to be taken into effect in terms of the economic effect that it'll have as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I have for requests to speaks. Marilyn, would you please clarify something for me? Public comment forms that have written comments, should they be read into the meeting minutes at this time, or just their names and in favor of or opposition to?
If you would read the actual wordage into the record, please.
Okay. Does that include the letters that have been turned over to Michelle?
No, those were requested just to be made part of the record, but in this case, you have comments from people who either choose not to be here or who choose not to speak. But
Okay.
nonetheless, they want their voice heard.
Thank you. With that, Suzanne Albaugh does not wish to make a statement, is in opposition to. Norris Albaugh does not wish to make a statement, is in opposition to. Gia Mersini does not wish to make a statement, is in opposition. Holly Kinney does not wish to make a statement, is in opposition. Comments: today, right now, our community has the opportunity to set in motion the importance of support local. I have a backyard from which runs in congruent to local growers of organic meats and produce. This rezoning will impact the Eat, Grow Local movement, which is our future. Next, Donald Moore does not wish to make a statement, is in opposition. Witnessing the growth of Great Basin Community Food Co-op reveals the rising current of interest for sustainable, organic, local agriculture. As the only USDA certified facility in Northern Nevada, Wolfpack Meats is quickly becoming vital in supporting local economy. The university has not shown transparency in its concern about Wolfpack Meats, nor has it allowed the public to research and develop options that best suit the processing plant in the areas of education and production. Do not take any action on this item. Do not take any action at this time. Thank you. Lori Moore does not wish to make a statement, in opposition. Please keep Wolfpack Meats open for the students and the public that supports them. Karen Wadke does not wish to make a statement, in opposition. We live 800 feet from the proposed site. We were flooded in 1997. Also, we are aware of overfill for cottages. This land has always been a basin for flood. It has helped us from being completely underwater. This is a very bad project. And I apologize if I'm having a hard time reading it. It's not the writing. Jim Call does not wish to make a statement, is in opposition to. McCarran Boulevard makes a defined line between development Reno and open space. This change is the first nibble at using the last urban accessible land for commercial development and must be stopped. Next is Danielle Gann Lind. Does not wish to make a statement, is in opposition to. Wolfpack Meats should remain a community resource for processing local meat. Those are all requests to speak or comment cards that I have. Michelle, do you have any others? Okay, at this time I will close public comment. I would like to remind everybody that this hearing is for a land variance for a specific piece of property that does not include the Wolfpack Meat Processing Facility. It is adjacent to it. There is a street between it. But this is not about the meat packing plant tonight, okay? That may be an issue that you choose to take up more with the Board of Regents. This is a zone change for the future use of a piece of property. With that, I will ask Commissioner Woosley, who would like to make an additional disclosure, and also, if you have any questions, you can start.
Marilyn, this is for you. So this was starting out as a PUD amendment, and that's what it is, from residential to PUD. But after listening to everybody talk about hydrology in the area, I just wanted to disclose that my company has worked with FEMA before in the past. I don't think it'll affect the decision on this, because this is all about PUD. But I wanted to ask to make sure that was that you agreed with that.
Is your company currently involved with FEMA?
In some way, I believe so, but not locally anymore. And I don't work in the department that did this as well.
Okay, so you personally have no work related with FEMA at this time?
I do not in my department.
Okay, and some portion of your company, is this a company you work for or a company you own?
I work for.
Okay, okay, disclosure.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stapleton? Yeah, Marilyn.
I apologize. I have one more disclosure. I'm a student at UNR. I don't work for the university or accept any scholarship money, unfortunately.
Okay, any other updates on disclosures? Very good. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Kaufman.
This is for staff. Probably for Bill. Originally zoned for residential right now. So, and, you know, a lot of talk about the floodplain. Would we have the same issues if residential houses were built there? Would they come through the same mitigation?
Okay. For the record, Bill Gall, Senior Civil Engineer. This area is in our critical flood zone 1. We have an ordinance in place for it, and any development that comes in requesting a permit, a grading permit, a building permit, would be required to provide the same mitigation and comply with our critical flood zone ordinance, whether it be the houses that would come in that are zoned for now, or this project.
So exactly the same.
Yes.
You know, if they wanted to build homes today.
Our requirements don't change. They have to comply with the code to mitigate.
Okay. This is for, and I apologize for the hydraulics for Wood Rogers. Mark. Somebody brought up air ratios on the modules. I mean, can you address that? Those air ratios on the modules?
Error ratios. Well, yeah, just to clarify, we follow the requirements of the ordinance, which are very specific. When you can do the mitigation in the same flood pool zones and the same elevation bands, the ordinance does not require any significant hydraulic or hydrologic analysis. That is required if you can't do the mitigation in the same critical flood pool zones. In this case, and I'll use this exhibit that we've got here, I think the southern portion is zone 9, and that includes both the proposed project area and the mitigation area, so you can do the mitigation immediately adjacent, and the northern portion is zone 8 of that critical flood pool. As far as error factors, there was a considerable hydraulic and hydrologic analysis that went into the development of the ordinance that I happen to be familiar with. And I know that city staff were involved with that, the flood project people were involved with that. I am familiar with the model. I know that it was more sensitive to changes in doing the mitigation in different areas. When the mitigation was done immediately adjacent to where the proposed development would occur, there should be little error in that case. In this situation, you can look at the graphic, the river's flowing from west to east. The mitigation is going to occur in an immediately adjacent area along that river pathway. And it's a basic principle. You're adding 3 feet and you're taking away 3 feet, or 2.5, or whatever it ends up being. But there should be, while the overall model may have some error, the difference in doing that mitigation in those 2 different adjacent areas should be extremely limited.
There was also talk about another organization that looks at this, the floodplain. So
Yeah.
Can you just explain that one more time?
Sure. Well, certainly the city staff have looked at it, as have the flood project personnel. I think the city staff indicated that in the report. But the other agency that reviews it is FEMA. And prior to any project being implemented, there would need to be a conditional letter of map revision processed with FEMA. That's required for any development that impacts an area greater than 5 acres or a 50-lot subdivision, which this would be larger than that, and would require FEMA approval. Typically, the process is to get a conditional letter of map revision. That's where we say, if you build it, it's going to be okay. And then after it's been built, you do a letter of map revision where they say, yes, you've built it the way you said you were, and we now have revised the maps to reflect your development.
Okay, but I guess what I was asking specifically, there's a floodplain group or that I think Melissa made the comment that they haven't made a decision on exactly how it's going to be mitigated. Was that a correct statement? Or?
I'm not sure.
Help you?
I'm not sure where that what
think
that's
you're-
referring to.
I think you're talking about the flood project.
Melissa, for the
I'm sorry.
record, would you introduce
Oh,
yourself,
I'm
please,
sorry.
instead of?
Melissa Lindell. I think I just wanted to clarify that this was the map, Mark, that we were talking about, and the flood project hasn't decided whether they're going to take the 85 acres or the 160, and you're familiar with that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the Truckee River Flood Project, been doing extensive planning for many years, and so they have a preferred alternative, which does have some degree of options within that preferred alternative, but they've generally defined their proposed improvements as Melissa described.
Well, okay, but explain to me how that, that works, or what that would be. I mean, would they take this PUD and channel that water, say, toward the Truckee River? Make drains and everything, flow that way, or I mean, that's
the emphasis of the proposed flood project is improving the conveyance within the river corridor, and they're doing that through pushing the banks back, having kind of a setback over bank area to allow for more conveyance of flows. There are some properties that they've purchased to allow for that in some areas, but that's generally the overall thrust. Maybe I'll turn over to Bill, who could maybe talk a little bit more specifically.
Again, for the record, Bill Gall. As far as the Truckee River Flood Project, as Mark mentioned, their work is more in the Truckee River floodway and the flood corridor itself. As part of our ordinance that we put in place, we've worked with the Truckee River Flood Project and alternatively with the U.S. Corps of Engineers, who's leading that effort and the development. And part of their concern was that we ensured that we don't increase the flows to the Truckee River itself. And part of that is to maintain the storage areas. And so the area that is identified for the UNR farms and for this PUD is outside of the flood project's limits, but it is critical to the flood project itself and to the Corps that we ensure that we have the mitigation in place so that these areas continue to drain in their natural patterns and don't impact the flooding of the Truckee River itself.
Okay, thanks. And I guess this is for staff. Nathan. This is already annexed, correct? Which we did a couple months ago.
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. It was adopted last month.
Okay. Then the other consideration, I guess, the adjacency of the meat packing, okay, to this. Obviously, somebody, is there a consideration or does that come later once a project's approved as far as, I guess, the odor from the animals?
It's a bit of a gray area with
No
the way
pun
code
intended.
enforcement works with odors. The annexation you see on that with the yellow highlight there, that's as of last month the city of Reno limit in that area east of McCarran. So north of that, it's still in the city of Reno sphere of influence. It has a city of Reno master plan land use designation, and it's an existing non-conforming use. Code enforcement, when it's in the city's sphere of influence, is handled by county code enforcement officers who administer the city of Reno's code. So it's a bit of a gray area, and I think the best way to explain the way that code handles that is buyer beware. The zoning that, well, it's a PUD zoning, but it's essentially a light industrial use. Light industrial uses are typically considered compatible adjacent to heavy industrial uses, where if this were the meat slaughterhouse were to fit in a city of Reno zone, that use would be compatible with a heavy industrial use, and the adjacency between a light industrial and a heavy industrial use would be considered compatible.
And because that was already there, it's pretty much grandfathered in. And
It's an existing non-conforming use.
okay, thanks.
Commissioner Woosley?
Questions for staff? Nathan? So right now, this is zoned single-family residential, but I want to know, as of right now, what is the land being used for? Is there grazing on this land, or is it what is being grown on it as it sits today?
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. Just to clarify, this isn't zoned single family.
I'm sorry, large family. Yes.
I'm sorry, and to clarify, your question was what is the current use? It's an agricultural use, it's a general rural translation from Washoe County. My understanding from the application and from being familiar with the area is that it's used for agriculture.
So there are currently animals in this portion of the university's property?
I'm going to say, defer to
Maybe
the
that's
audience.
question better answered by the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would defer that to the applicant.
I'll move on. We've seen proposals come in, applications before for this area, for residential, correct?
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. Are you referring to this specific area or the area south of here?
I'm trying to remember the ones where they took into consideration of having porous type asphalt or holes in it so water could drain to the area. Do you recall the one I'm talking about?
I'm not familiar with any applications for this specific area, but the parcel just south of the project area was brought to this commission and city council prior.
Okay. I do have a question for the applicant now. Thank you. So the same question to you. Do you know what this, if there are currently animals in this area grazing, or is it being used for?
The area is undeveloped. There are no structures on it. It has been grassland, so that's been the agricultural crop or whatnot. And animals rotate in and out of the entire 1,049 acres.
It sounds like with the figures we were getting earlier, you'd have to do some cut and fill to level this out. Would that leave other high ground within this property for in case there were animals on here and there was flooding?
The cut and fill, the fill would be put on this site to elevate buildings out of the area. So there's no plans to fill other portions of the site, because if you fill a portion of this site because of the critical flood pool, you have to excavate so off the same elevation band. So just filling to fill is not going to be something that's permitted under the ordinance.
And where I was going with this is if this was the only piece of the whole UNR property, 1,000 acres, that was high enough to get out of the lowest part of the floodplain there.
No, the land has various elevations on it throughout, but are you getting at the animal question?
Yes, that was one of my concerns, but I think I'm starting to veer off, so I think that's good for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could jump in here really quick. Claudia Hansen.
Claudia Hansen.
Claudia Hansen, Planning and Engineering Manager. Just going back to the code enforcement issue, that is not located within the city. However, it is owned by UNR, so it most likely would not be county code enforcement. It would be the state, because the county wouldn't have authority over the state. So it would sort of be self-regulated in that instance. So I just wanted to clarify that it's probably not going to be county code enforcement, but it would be more state regulated.
Thank you, Claudia. Commissioner Stapleton.
Yeah, I have a question for staff and then also for the applicant. I have to admit I felt a little caught off guard, and I think maybe some of the other commissioners had the same line of questioning that indicates maybe they did too in terms of the adjacency of the agricultural use. Melissa and I talked a few times, and I talked with Nate also, and I didn't realize that Wolfpack Meats was right there until last night, until we started getting emails. And so I've got a question for staff, for Nate. Just to clarify further about the agricultural, you called it a heavy industrial use. That's an adjacent use, which is a slaughterhouse, right? And is there anything else in Reno city limits that has a similar use to where we can talk about, how this would be a compatible use with the light industrial? And then the business park definitely seems less compatible with slaughterhouse next door. I'm seeing that includes theater, blood plasma center, adult businesses. I don't know about that. Can you talk about that, the compatibility? Sorry.
My understanding was that we did have a provision for, I believe it was rendering or animal processing in the heavy industrial zone, which I think would be compatible with the slaughtering. I'm aware of one in northeast Reno. Our planning manager shook her head, so I'm going to defer to her with the code book open. My understanding was that animal processing was a permitted use in the standard industrial zone.
Once again, Claudia Hansen, Planning and Engineering Manager. And I'm just looking through here. Farms without slaughtering are allowed within this zone, the LLR zones. He deferred to me too quickly.
Maybe this is catching you guys off guard too.
While she's researching that, we could say refer to condition number 1 that the Planning Commission, the recommended condition of approval is that the Planning Commission has the ability to make modifications to the proposal for their recommendation to the council. So if a more appropriate buffer, if that's a concern, that's something that the Planning Commission could certainly discuss as referenced in that condition of approval A.
To me, it seems like, and I looked at how it would be divided in terms of it's sort of triangles, parts are the light industrial and parts are the business, and that there's, you know what I'm talking about, right? And that some of the business uses are right up at the top there by the north end, and to me that seems pretty clearly an incompatible use. I was still waiting for an answer from Claudia, so I will move on to another question while she's looking. And I had a question, general question about open space and about the use of this parcel as a whole, and maybe this is for the applicant or university representatives, in terms of that the adjacent land to the east is open space or ag land, and as we're looking at, a request for the first time, a part of this being zoned as something else besides an ag use, this sort of, opens up, this request, if it was accepted, sort of opens up that whole parcel for, different types of zoning than agriculture. What type of a vision is there, if any, or consideration of open space or for the rest of that property to the east?
Well, let me answer that as a city staff person first, and I think the second half of your question would be most appropriate for the applicant. When we as staff people look at this based on the adopted policies and standards, we see that this area is in the adopted City of Reno sphere of influence, which is the area that Reno is supposed to grow according to the regional bodies. With that, the master plan designation is special planning area. And as we said at the start of this presentation, there's two compatible zonings that go with that, a planned unit development or an open space designation. There's more to it than that. When we consider what policies are in place, that what would be considered appropriate for an open space designation within that, we refer to our other plans, the other elements in our master plan, the conservation plan, the city's open space and greenways plan, which specifically identify the parameters that are appropriate for open space and greenway acquisition, and the parameters and things that we would look at to support that. Hey, this would, in the SPA designation, this would be an appropriate open space designation. It doesn't appear to meet those criterion, and so given those policies in play, we've got two possible zoning designations: an open space or a planned unit development. The other two elements don't seem to support that, except for the area out in Steamboat, along Steamboat Creek, and along the Truckee River here. Those are the areas that are identified for open space acquisition in the supporting elements. To answer the second part of your question, I would defer to the applicant.
Okay, so what you're saying is that there's already sort of pre-designated areas for open space, or in this case where an SPA could go to either open space or a PUD, you have a certain set of criteria that determines whether it's appropriate for open space or for PUD. And so if so, what are those criteria, and how would this be? So how would you view this in terms of those criteria as not fitting?
The open space and greenway plan identifies, it's a long plan that identifies a series of parameters. It wraps it up in a nutshell that says, given this lengthy report, here are the areas that the city of Reno has identified and adopted these policies, that we should pursue it, we should work with other agencies, we should work with nonprofits, and if we see any discretionary approvals coming on private land, we should take that into consideration when it comes. Those are specified areas. This isn't one of them.
Okay, so that's what I was asking. If just because this isn't a specified area, or if there are criteria that could, if there were other areas that other areas could then be added into that, or that you mentioned certain criteria that I thought you meant that if it wasn't, pre-designated, and even that pre-designation is sort of loose and, right, or not?
Additionally,
it's okay.
The conservation plan identifies areas that are considered unmitigable. So these are areas like, for example, along Steamboat Creek,
right, that's
in a major floodway, which is considered, you can't mitigate that. You can't engineer your way out of that according to city policy. That's, again, we're not working on what everybody agrees on. We're working on what the city master plan has adopted as policy, and that's what we're referencing for you this evening.
Okay, I think I understand.
And for the record, animal processing is allowed in the industrial zone, so just the I zone, not I, B, or IC, with a special use permit. All activities have to be indoors, and it has to be adjacent to industrial zoning or on all sides or a major arterial. Those are the standards for animal processing.
So would that mean that this
This is an existing non-conforming use? It's
currently
already there.
non-conforming.
right, but in terms of how it's dealt with in the code, this would not be, you would not put a slaughterhouse next to anything but another heavy industrial use.
Next to
In terms of-
industrial zoning.
And even then, you would need a special use permit.
Correct.
Okay.
But this is the subject site is going from LLR zoning to IC and IB uses. So this is actually bringing that portion of it closer into conformance.
But I'm talking about in terms of a compatible use with the industrial zoning to the north. So
Correct, but with this change, it currently doesn't meet this standard. With this change, it would meet that standard.
right, however, the current use is different than the current zoning because it's being used for agricultural, even though it was zoned general rural and now LLR.
It's LLR now, the subject site. To if the processing facility wanted to locate there now, they couldn't do it with the under current zoning. If this PUD came into place, it would be IB and IC zoning, so that standard would be met at that time to establish the use.
Okay, all right. And I had a question for the applicant then. I don't know if you remember what it was now, because it was a few minutes ago. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm Mark Johnson, President of University of Nevada, Reno, and I would appreciate you repeating the question.
Thank you. Oh, repeating the question. In terms of what you guys have envisioned for the rest of this parcel, or in terms of the idea of, open space, that with this zoning change, even on this one part of this parcel, could affect, future uses. And I think that matters in terms of our determination that what we're deciding on how to zone this, could affect future uses and existing uses. So what are your plans, if any, your vision? I know a lot of people are concerned about open space. Is there open space? What's the vision? How does this fit?
It's less controlled by vision than by the fact that it's floodable. So whoever owns it, and we own it now, is going to be really subject to what you can do in terms of development because it is subject to flooding. Basically, we are proposing this PUD on this particular parcel so that we can protect the value and the flexibility of the use and protect it from flooding in the future. We don't anticipate doing anything in particular to protect the rest from flooding, and therefore it'd be very, very limited for other uses. Could I, Mr. Chairman, could I answer another question that didn't get answered before?
Let's stay with
Okay,
Commissioner
that's
Stapleton
fine.
first and make sure
I'm
she's
good.
satisfied. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I was just going to, there was a question raised about the safety of the animals, whether or not there was high ground that animals could go to, and there is. On this particular graph, that area in there is called Dairy Hill. It's a big hill. There are pens and housing up there for animals, and then when we were threatened with flooding, we take the animals up there for safety.
Thank you for your clarification.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stapleton, any other questions?
No, not right now.
Commissioner Haltom?
No, not at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Kaufman,
could I ask one more question?
please.
Of staff. Nathan? There seems to be some, confusion. I just want to make sure I'm 100% clear. That yellow area up on the map is the only thing that we annexed and is the only thing that is LL1. Is that correct?
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. That's correct, Commissioner Kaufman.
And the UNR, is that county land? The rest of that land is all county currently?
As Claudia Hansen had provided that there is some gray area in that it is state-owned. It is in our sphere of influence. It gets a little peculiar when it's state-owned and when otherwise, if it were privately owned, would be considered
But
Washoe
it's not
County.
annexed.
It's not annexed.
Okay. I just want to make sure that, thank you.
Nathan, don't sit down. I've got a question for you. Currently, we've got this project site, the site that we're discussing this evening, 104 acres, is zoned LL1. And adjacent to it is a meat processing facility, which has been referred to as a non-conforming use. Was it a non-conforming use in adjacency when it was in the county sphere of influence before annexation? Before the piece of property that we're discussing was annexed in?
The properties are all non-conforming in that they don't have City of Reno zoning that's either open space or PUD. And that's what the land use plan identifies as compatible with the special planning area. So in essence, all of this area that's in the City of Reno sphere of influence is non-conforming. It should be one of the two. The use itself to the north, it has not been annexed. It remains in our sphere of influence with a non-conforming special planning area land use designation. The use itself is a non-conforming use. It's a slaughterhouse. It's a non-conforming use. It doesn't have a city. It doesn't have a City of Reno.
Discuss what the property to the north is. My question is more based on the LL1, which we have just annexed in, and it's creating a non-conforming use. The way that it was brought in as an equal transfer, if you will, from county zoning to our zoning. Am I understanding my staff report correct?
Upon annexation, it applied a translation table as to how we interpret it until such time that we apply City of Reno zoning.
Okay.
The City of Reno zoning that is applied for this evening, a planned unit development, would be considered compatible and conforming with the master plan designation that the City of Reno has for the area.
So adjacent properties, be they county properties that are controlled by the state or by the county outside the sphere of influence of Reno, then everything would be a conforming use from the three different entities is what I'm trying to get at. This puts does this not put the whole package together to make the property to the east, the property to the north, the properties to the south, all working together as conforming uses?
This brings it much closer to conformance.
It may not be 100%, but we're closer to 100% than we were this morning.
I would concur with that statement.
Thank you. Okay. I have one further question for you, Nathan, before you leave. If this were to be approved tonight, the zone change, and this property, it will not be approved tonight. A recommendation will be sent forward to City Council for approval. What would separation be? And Claudia, you may have to jump in on this, between the use of light industrial in this new area versus adjacent existing uses?
That wouldn't be in the code because this is a planned unit development. It modifies existing standards.
Okay.
It applies standards that are very similar to existing zoning, but it has to be a PUD, so it's a little different. And one of the things that's a little above and beyond standard code is a separation buffer with our most intensified required landscaping of 15 feet around the perimeter to the north and to the east. That's what the applicant has proposed as.
And how does staff feel about that 15 feet? Is that minimal? Is it based upon existing uses. Does staff feel that should be a greater buffer, or give me some feedback on it? I mean, I have my opinion, but
It's above standard code for what would typically be zoned in that area. Could it be more? You know, that's up to your discretion. Our recommendation that it would be appropriate, given the specified landscaping standards. There's a lot you can do in that 15 feet to add some buffers.
okay, very good. Thank you. Next, I have a couple questions for Bill. And Bill, if you need to defer to Paul Salegi, who did a wonderful job on a traffic study that I understand very little of, not being a traffic engineer, I understand. What is the traffic signal spacing requirement for developments on McCarran Boulevard at this time?
I could defer to Paul. I think I will defer to Paul the exact number, you know, if he can look it up. I know it's in the area of 1,700.
Okay. And before you leave, Bill, second question is, do you know what the current level of service is on McCarran and what the projected level of service would be at maximum build-out of this property?
Again, I'm going to let Paul do those. It is his study.
I respect that.
Okay.
Paul?
Good evening. For the record, Paul Salegi, the author of the traffic report. In terms of that precise number on the traffic signal spacing, I don't have that on the tip of my tongue. I'm going to have to look for a moment on that.
Okay.
In terms of capacity of the street, we looked at existing levels of service out there. At the intersection of Mill and McCarran, it exists right now at level of service C. With the addition of the project, it decreases to D and F. However, a project is currently being designed by RTC. They're completing this design in this area, and it's scheduled to be constructed by approximately 2014. That would bring this back up to policy levels of service. And so at the McCarran and Mill Street intersection, our levels of service will drop if all of this project was added at once. However, with the planned improvements of the roadway that are programmed and are under design, it will bring it back to the policy levels of service. And so level of service standards will be adhered to. The anticipated build-out of this project is 7 to 20 years. And so our report and the agencies that reviewed it were confident that those improvements would be in place by the time it was needed.
Okay. So we currently have study and engineering and planning going on by NDOT to increase the flow of traffic on McCarran to make better level of service in this area. But we don't have a guarantee from NDOT of when the actual construction or improvements will take place. Is that correct?
Well, what I did was this is an NDOT road, but RTC is widening the project right now, and they are completing the southern portions of this down near, beginning at Meadowood Mall and continuing off to the east and then to the northeast. Those improvements are under construction. Now, in terms of this specific segment, I spoke with Julie Masterpool at RTC, and she anticipated that construction in this area was going to occur in the 2013 to 2014 timeframe. So we specifically discussed that with her, and that's the schedule that was given, and that's the way we moved ahead with our application, with the understanding that those improvements are coming and are programmed.
Okay. I am greatly interested to find out what you come up with for spacing on signals on McCarran, because I have a great deal of concern about discussion in here of proposed signal at Capitol and McCarran, and I believe that spacing to be too close.
Well, okay, go ahead, Bill. I guess Bill's
Bill,
got a chance
come
to
on
look
back.
at it. All right, thank you.
Bill Gall, for the record, and that I was hoping that's where you were going with that. We did check those, and I met with RTC, and they did review the project with the proposed signal at Capitol. And that does meet the spacings between the existing signals, the one up at Mill, and the one to the south is at Rock. The only area that if additional signals would be available, it would be at Capitol. It does meet the spacings, and it just barely meets the spacing between the south signal at Rock and there. So they did, in the review, they did, comment on that does meet the spacings for that, so that a proposed space at Capitol would be allowed. And then as far as widening of McCarran, I just wanted to note it is in their current capital improvements plan to be completed by 2015. So it could be before that, but it would be no later right now in their current plan.
Okay. Before you step away, Bill, Clean Water Way.
Yes.
Right now is a very narrow 2-lane road, pretty much a private road, if you will. I know it's public, but it's very narrow. What will there be access from this property to Clearwater Way? It does not appear that there is.
The proposal is to extend, put that intersection at Mill and extend that out, and then they would curl up and tie into Clean Water Way. And so instead of having access of Clean Water Way at McCarran north of Mill, Clean Water Way would tie down into the Mill intersection.
Okay, so then traffic could leave this project site and enter onto Clean Water Way to access McCarran, correct?
Well, there will be roads within the PUD or accesses, and that they would leave the PUD area, the development, and connect onto Mill, and then east would be the connection to Clean Water Way.
Okay. When we look at projects specific, would that be the time that we look at conditioning projects or site development to increase the width of Clean Water Way, or is that something that should be conditioned now going forward with the zone change?
At this point, we don't know where their buildings will be located. We don't know where their roads will be located specifically. We have simply blocks of specific developments in there. So, until we know what their proposal is for development itself, where the buildings are, what their uses are, what their traffic generations are, we won't be able to condition where, and what improvements need to be done. We do know specifics that, as was mentioned, that there is limitations as to where signals can be because they have to meet our RTC criteria. There's limitations to the other proposed accesses that would be required to be right in, right out onlys with RTC, with McCarran being a 6-lane facility in the future. Those types of things we know, but specific access criteria inside the PUD itself, we won't know that until we know what the building envelopes are.
Okay. Last question. Hydrology.
Yes.
We know of 1-to-1 mitigation. Why is it 1-to-1, and where does that come from? Is that just a Reno ordinance, or is there something else driving that?
1-to-1 is a minimum mitigation, and 1-to-1 was identified. That was our prior ordinance. Was simply if you get into the critical flood zone area, it's a 1-to-1 mitigation. We refined that with communications with the flood project and flood zone to identify when 1-to-1 is sufficient, so that we could tie that down further. And they did model runs. They made changes. They have the model. They control the model. That's the Truckee River Flood Project. They made assumptions, and they did several model runs and took areas. And as long as they were in the same flood area or flood storage area, and they within the same elevation band, when they made those modifications to those elevations bands, they showed no change to the model whatsoever. So that's where they come up with the idea and the proposal that the 1-to-1 mitigation is sufficient if you stay within the same flood zone area and you stay within the same flood zone elevation band. if you get outside that elevation band or you get outside that flood zone area to do your mitigation. If for some reason they decide to go, further east for their mitigation, they then would have to comply with the one-to-one mitigation, and on top of that, they would then have to go in and provide the model runs and to identify that there are no adverse impacts if they go out further away from their own flood zone storage area.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Stapleton?
Yeah, I have one more quick question. It's for Mark, the hydrologist. This was earlier in your presentation. You talked about the mitigation that you guys were recommending based on the study, and you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said you guys would recommend a higher mitigation. You were talking about the 100-year. And
oh, yeah, that was with respect to the 100-year water surface elevation. My understanding is that the minimum of the City of Reno building codes would be that finished floors would need to be 1 foot above the FEMA 100-year water surface elevation. The flood project design 100-year water surface elevation is somewhat higher, and because we know that that additional analysis has been done and those improvements are contemplated, we would recommend that finished floors be elevated to above that 117-year flood project water surface elevation. So it's more conservative than the FEMA 100-year.
And I know there's a lot of concern about the flooding from a lot of residents. Is that something that the commission might be interested in adding as a condition, or the applicant, to do the mitigation at the higher level?
Well, yeah, we were tasked with looking at the current ordinances and the compatibility with development of this project and meeting the mitigation requirements of the ordinance. So anything beyond that, I would leave to the owner.
Right. Thank you. And I'm asking if, I guess for the commission and maybe the applicant, if based on that higher recommendation and because of the concerns, I would suggest making that a condition to what he said.
Okay.
Got it?
Got it. Commissioner Woosley.
Question for staff? Nathan? Something that was just, I felt like we didn't quite get to the end point on, it's a little gray for me, is the slaughter area that Wolfpack meets. And if this was to be approved, the PUD, that you said this would be, make it almost conforming or closer to conforming. And I guess my concern is that would there be a situation where it's still not quite conforming, and if something a business moved in there, they could affect the business right now as it stands?
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. I'm not sure I quite understand your question. To paraphrase, if a business moved in,
because it's almost conforming but not conforming, is there a little bit of leeway in there for a new business to complain about the existing business that is there across the way?
To which aspect? Are you talking about the odor or when we talk about closer to conformance, we're talking about conformance to the master plan, and we're talking about the type of permitted uses in the zoning that's currently there through the translation table, which would be a residential type of use, and compatibility to a slaughterhouse versus a light industrial type of use, compatibility to a slaughterhouse. When you take a kind of a phasing effect from heavy to light industrial uses, that's more compatible. When you look at it from the perspective of is the PUD compatible with the city master plan land use designation? Yes. Is the current default zoning designation compatible with the current master plan designation? No, it's not. So those are two aspects that this would be coming closer to conformance with.
Okay, so I get the comparison with the LLR versus the going to the PUD. That is closer. And so I'm just, and thank you for the explanation. It makes a lot of sense. Just trying to think down the road of not affecting existing, but thank you.
Commissioner Haltom?
Question for Ms. Lindell. And if you could, please bring Exhibit 2 for the overlay. This thing from the PUD. If you've got that, I'd love to put that up overhead. If not, you're welcome to use
This one?
Yeah, exactly. I guess I'm struggling with the fact that I agree. I think this is a very special and unique piece of property, and it needs some special attention. I mean, this is the one piece of road that I drive regularly that reminds me that we live in the Truckee Meadows still, that there's still some meadows out there. Also, I really do enjoy the view of the Para Range looking, east out there, and I see that. Given that this is special and it's unique and we've got some constraints with the meat packing facility and everything around it, show me how your plan is making special concessions or accommodations for open space, the view corridor, and especially a buffer to the north where the meat packing facility is. I mean, I'm looking at this proposed land use and I don't see any open space, I don't see any greenways, I don't really see any substantial buffers. And having spent many years in the Central Valley, I've seen a lot of conflicts between agricultural, ranching, and development. I've seen houses built up against ranches. I've seen factories built right up to houses and factories built up to
So your
ranches.
question is?
Show me this plan, how you are buffering to the north and providing adequate and adjacent appropriate land uses, and show me how you guys are making accommodations to protect the views and of the meadows and the mountains to the east.
To the east. Okay, in terms of the north, the handbook, as you know, can write in specific requirements, and we have written those in as a 15-foot landscape buffer around the perimeter of the properties. Now, in terms of the meat processing facility or the slaughterhouse, things that you might consider or that we would offer are disclosures to anybody who buys in the park, similar to the disclosures that the airport authority does, that you're moving into an area with noise and you could experience noise. We've done those odor easements when we've done projects that are next to the sewer treatment plant. So that could be something that could be added. We could certainly entertain an increase in the buffer to the north. Should that be something that you'd want to be to something 20 to 30 feet in terms of that. In terms of the view corridors and things like that, we are anticipating a project similar to what you see in the Dermody Business Park, and the requirements for landscaping are 20 to so percent for each development. So that type of landscaping will be in there. We've also put in that we maintain trail connections and sidewalk connections primarily across this ditch, the Uri Drain, and throughout the project site. So we could certainly entertain some of the other things that you're contemplating if you have a specific that you'd like to bring up. And those could be added to the PUD, kind of like conditions, and in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Melissa, before you sit down, I have a question for you. On page 4 of Exhibit G in our staff report, which is project description,
okay,
there is item E, it's the second sentence down from the top, to provide for recreational needs, and the response is the MSFL McCarran Center project includes non-residential uses and is not intended to provide for community recreational needs. Sidewalks will be provided adjacent to the streets within the development to allow for walking opportunities throughout the center. In my reading of the PUD, I did not find anywhere where your roadways will allow for bike lanes. I did see where it appeared that there would be no on-street parking. It was meant to be all off-street parking. Can you clarify that and expand that, please?
Okay, in the PUD, one of the additional things that we did do along the backbone roadways was to put a 15-foot landscape buffer on each side of the road. So you would end up with something similar to along Longley Lane, where you drive down and you see the trees, because that was anticipated for the backbone roads when that project was developed. So that would be an additional thing, Mr. Halton, that deals with landscaping and some open space for some tree-lined streets on the backbones. And additionally, the streets will be designed to city standards, and bike lanes and sidewalks will be required on both sides of the streets. And in terms of the recreational uses, it's meant to be an industrial business park, so those kind of are more suitable to the residential. And when we did, prior to this, we did have a residential component here that was not favored, and we did take that out. So we did have our recreational facilities down there, but since we have no residential.
Okay, so I read it correctly and understood it correctly then, that meant recreational to this response was no parks or activity areas will be provided. Right. But that the answer to my direct question of bike lanes on the streets, those will be provided for under standard City of Reno specs.
Yes, correct. And I think if I could also point out the this one is going to show that you know, when the flood project takes the 85 or 160 acres that they're going to take for the flood project, I'm assuming that we can make some accommodations for trails and access to that floodway in accordance with the flood project and the recreational mission of that.
Thank you. Commissioners, any further questions? Comments and discussion between us, amongst us? Commissioner Stapleton, would you had a recommendation for a change or amendment to a condition?
I did, and I'll clarify I'll try the conversation that Mark and I had, that we add a condition that the flood mitigation be at a higher level than what the basic city code recommends, which would be, if I'm saying this correctly, at the where the floors are not at the 100-year level, they're at the 117-year level as FEMA recommended. So I would, I would recommend this as a condition, depending on what the applicant and the rest of the commission.
If I could just jump in here, since this is a PUD and a zone change, you would, if that's what the commission chooses to do, you would put that have that put into the PUD and not as a condition, since it is a zone change.
Okay, so it would be an amendment to the PUD?
Yes.
Sure, you can make whatever changes to the proposed handbook that you feel is necessary.
At this time.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
I'm suggesting that.
So we're suggesting
Bill, I see you stepping to the podium to make a clarification. When you're ready, go ahead.
95.2 plus 1, which is 4396.
Okay. Yeah, I had thought we could put the condition or a way to write it. Typically, our criteria is 1 foot above the FEMA floodplain elevation, which, as Mark mentioned, is 4395.2. So 1 foot above would be 4396.2. He's recommending, or they're willing to raise those building elevations to 4397.36, which is the flood pool elevation of the 117-year on the model. So our recommendation is all building finished floor elevations shall be elevated to a minimum of 4397.36, which is the flood elevation determined by the Truckee River Flood Project mitigation model for the 1997 flood.
Okay. Thank you. Bill, I'm going to trust that you will get that correct verbiage to Michelle so that she can do it if this planning commission votes and accepts that condition modification. Thank you. Commissioner Woosley.
This is discussion for the staff and possibly, discussion with the board, the commission on possibly putting in a condition for noticing of odor, especially I'm really concerned about the northern area of this proposal. And I didn't know if that would be, and this would be a question for staff, more appropriate to do it now or when a project actually came in for this.
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner, that, as you see in Condition A, the Planning Commission can recommend any variations to this that you see fit in order to make your decision. I think you heard the applicant's representative suggest something to that effect, and that is certainly within your purview to make those kinds of modifications.
And because this isn't divided up right now into two parcels, that we wouldn't, if we did put that in that condition, we couldn't say just to the northern 200 feet, it would be for the entire parcel.
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner, it would probably be most appropriate to do that in this planned unit development. This gives you the opportunity to look at development in a comprehensive package. Next time this is up for discretionary review would be, if this was ultimately approved, again, it has to go to the City Council and the Regional Planning Commission, depending on your recommendation. But would be through the tentative map process. The planned unit development would be the optimum time to consider those issues.
Thank you. So just to the commission, I would be a lot more comfortable. I'm really can see both sides here, and this is a special area that we are dealing with. And I would hate to see existing businesses there impacted, and I'd like to not have any impact on that. And so conditioning that would be, I'd be in favor of that.
Mr. Chairman.
Nathan, before you sit down, future flood mitigation project. We've heard about it a few times. It's this evening. We're talking about several hundred acres, or up to a couple of hundred acres, I guess, north of the boundary for the project site that we're discussing tonight to the Truckee River. Can you explain that a little bit, or if Bill's more involved in it, if you'd like Bill Gall to answer that question, please?
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. Bill Gall would be the most appropriate.
Thank you. Bill, can I get you back up to the podium, please? Specifically, the area from bordering Truckee River to the north, McCarran Boulevard to the west, Clean Waterway to the south. Is that, we saw a map earlier where that was shown as part of a future flood mitigation project. Can you explain that?
Well, Bill Gall again for the record. At this time, I'm not that familiar with the flood project and the work that the flood project is doing and their proposals for mitigation areas. I know they've reserved that area. In essence, it's identified as areas that could potentially be used for the flood project for enhancements to the Truckee River. I'm not involved with the design and the planning of the Truckee River flood project, so I really can't tell you where they are in the stage in development or what their proposals specifically are for that area.
Okay. Do you know if there's anybody from the applicants group that could answer that question? Mark, looks like you're being nudged.
I'll take some stab at it. I mean, there's the Truckee, and the correct name for the entity now is the Truckee River Flood Management Authority. And they've been struggling with getting their financing aspects set up with the transition from an entity that was directly part of the county. So things have been delayed. They're working with the Corps on securing the funding. The area that we're talking about, this project can conflict in no way with those proposed improvements, and certainly the mitigation aspects. They can't conflict with proposed components of the flood project. In the flood project, I think part of the plan does include expanding and lowering the areas, some of the areas to the north of the applicant's proposed project.
Okay. And one last question before you leave. You mentioned earlier that your runoff water under a major event was not to be headed towards the Truckee River. Did I hear that right, or did I miss something?
Well, to clarify, the The easiest, our mitigation areas have to drain. They can't have standing water such that a subsequent storm comes through and the mitigation volume is already taken up. They have to have a way to drain. Much of the site can readily drain to the Yori drain, which is about 2/3 of the way down toward the southern end of the property. And so the elevations that we were looking at lowering for the mitigation area are such that those areas would still drain to the Yori drain, which ultimately goes to Steamboat Creek, which ultimately goes to the Truckee River.
Okay, now downstream from this project site, will that Yori drain be modified to handle the additional volumes of water?
Well,
I mean, you can't put more water in, you get more water on the top, that water's got to have room to go farther down.
Yeah, we focused in our discussion on the critical flood pool for the overall Truckee River flood project, the mitigation areas. There's still other ordinances in effect that the peak flows leaving the project site cannot increase. The volumes are not regulated, but the peak flow cannot increase. And so local on-site detention would be required, in the ultimate development plan to address that.
Thank you. Commissioners, comments, discussion? Commissioner Kaufman.
I'll make a comment. After going over the testimony, all the questions that were asked, I can support this PUD. I can make all the findings.
Commissioner Stapleton?
I'm going to sort of take a stand to the opposite after all this discussion and even the proposed mitigation. I'm really not comfortable with approving a zoning like this adjacent to the existing uses. I think the discussion about the non-conforming uses, that's in terms of the city of Reno, and before this was annexed, before this process even started, had that not happened, and if we don't choose to make this zoning change, or had we not, even brought this in for annexation, we're creating that concept of the non-conforming use. It's up to us to decide whether we want to approve this zoning or not. This existing use of the meat processing plant, I don't think we should be putting business, commercial, and light industrial next to that, especially the business commercial. I think that it, from what it sounds like, that's an existing facility. It's UNR, so it's this special state entity. We're not just talking about, two neighborhoods within the city where there's a non-compatible use. We're talking about the very edge of the city against something that's been an existing use for years and a very special existing use as, an educational facility and for farming. And I think basically, we can decide whether we want to, put this zoning next to that or not. And in my mind, it does not fit here. I can't make the findings, specifically in terms of is the land suitable for development? There's all this discussion about, flood and those types of issues. I don't know if I can make that one, especially the finding in regards to is it suitable for surrounding uses in the neighborhood? The proposed zoning, may be compatible with across McCarran, 4 lanes across, but in terms of all the other surrounding area, I don't think it's compatible. And so I don't see how, I can't make the findings, and so I can't support it.
Mr. Chairman, can I just
go ahead,
a little bit of rebuttal? Number one, it's a LL1. That is going to be a non-conforming area. The meat process, we're not going to change that, and that's not before us today. But, it is LL1, is that any more conformable to having a house, the same distance away? I mean, we're only talking about the area that we annexed, And it's just like a lot of other projects that come before us that have non-conformable, you know, they have to make a decision. The people who develop or build this project, you know, they're the ones that make the decision, can I put something, you know, next to the meat, you know, packing plant. So, I mean, it's, you could build a house next to it today, and it'd be no different. So,
I have to agree with that, Commissioner Kaufman. I mean, right now, there's nothing to say that UNR doesn't sell off all 104 acres tomorrow, and the following Monday, somebody starts building houses right there that meet current zoning, and now you really have an issue of non-conforming use. At least if you're putting industrial use next to that plant, that the existing facility has an opportunity to stay existing, and its use to be continued. So I kind of see where you're coming from on that. Commissioner Stapleton, go ahead.
Yeah. Is it okay? Can I respond to? And I see your point. My opinion is that the is it LLR or LLLR? LLR. That's large lot residential. That's one house per acre. I think that's much more compatible with agricultural uses than business, commercial, and light industrial. And not only, and also, you know, in terms of what the university could do with it if we didn't make this decision, well, the reason that we're here is because they need these entitlements to be able to sell it. And so if we didn't approve this, I think it would be something less marketable and, in my mind, more compatible. And I mean, I wouldn't have supported the annexation, I don't think, in the first place, but I don't think that the land would be marketable at all before it was annexed, and it's definitely less marketable without this zoning. And I think that's part of the reason we're here. They're looking for this entitlement so that they can sell, you know, because of the budget issues and things like that. That might not be true. That might be an assumption. So that's what I heard.
Commissioner Haltom?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Stapleton on this. I can't make findings B, F, J, or M in support of this project. I think that the only USDA certified meatpacking facility in the area, and as well as the main station farms, they've become institutions. They've become icons. They're a critical part of our community that I think deserve our protection and our respect. And I think that all we're doing here is continuing a march of entitlement encroachment, and then before you know it, we're going to have some huge buildings on this. I agree. I'd much rather see it LLR1. It would provide, you know, maintain the look and feel of the community at the very worst. If every house was built on there, it would preserve the view corridors, and then you'd have very few people really impacted by the meatpacking facility. But I feel like this PUD as proposed really doesn't do anything to try to accommodate surrounding uses and to mitigate its impact. You know, and especially here, we just acknowledge the fact that the Truckee River Flood Management Authority is struggling to come up with the financing to implement the recommended mitigations. So I'm sort of a see it and believe it guy. I think before we rush headlong into allowing these intense development of this property, let's let the mitigation project finish putting these new bridges in and the new causeway and modifications to the river floodplain, and let's see this town survive a 100-year flood in flying colors. Let's see those sheep make it to the top of that hill and back, and let's make sure we can survive that before we rush on and put more buildings in this area. I think this is a harebrained scheme, and I don't see any way that this is going to integrate naturally with the surrounding agricultural uses. So yeah, I agree with Mr. Stapleton here completely. I can't find any reason to support this.
Thank you. Commissioner Woosley?
Well, you guys haven't made it any easier for me, that's for sure. To be honest with you, I'm in the middle, and like I said, if the existing motion went through conditioned, I may be able to support that. If it's not, I probably couldn't. the situation we have here is we have an applicant with their property applying. It's PUD. We have staff agreeing with that. So, you know, our job is, I'm thinking if something does go in, I don't want to see other things affected. And I do agree with a lot of your guys' statements. I want to make sure nothing does happen to the processing plant. You know, we are subtracting roughly 10% of the UNR property. And, you know, there still is the agriculture there. There still is the use. There's still high ground. So, you know, this is a tough one. And listening to both arguments, it's a tough thing. But I'd say if conditioned, I could support it. But as it sits, I couldn't. So I'm willing to hear a motion.
Very good. With that, I will entertain a motion from the commission.
Well, I have, what other conditions
Go ahead, please.
did you want to add?
The one that came from me is the condition for noticing potential businesses that came in of the odor of the processing plant, also that they are moving into a flood zone. You know, we want to make them well aware of what they're getting themselves into if they do move into this area, and that they feel that they can coexist what is already existing in that area. And that's what I'm concerned about. I believe Commissioner Stapleton also had a condition for elevation raise. And if you wanted to go over that condition.
Yeah, I think I made my condition clear. I could suggest some more.
Your microphone.
I would say that the northern portion of that should be of the parcel. I just don't think with the meat plant projected, with the Wolfpack meats projected to stay there, and this zoning, if you guys vote for it, that there's going to be a permanent conflict and it's going to be permanently incompatible. I would suggest making the northern portion a heavy industrial and having no business commercial. In my mind, that's the only way to even get close to compatible, as well as making some changes to the PUD in terms of what Commissioner Haltom talked about, in terms of open spaces and the view shed. Maybe Commissioner Haltom, I don't know if he's interested in adding to the conditions, but.
Commissioner Haltom, I'm trying to find an appropriate comment. I guess adding conditions to this is more like lipstick on a pig. I want to see something that's fundamentally different, that treats this valuable land resource with more respect. I couldn't support it with whatever conditions you guys could dream up here tonight.
Okay. Commissioner Woosley?
Just to respond to Commissioner Stapleton, I could support maybe doing something with the northern portion of this property. I do agree with you that that's going to be, in my mind, one of the trouble areas. If we think going to heavy industrial would solve that problem, or even eliminating, designating a certain buffer as open space.
Would that be possible to, and I don't know how the applicant feels about this. This is changing completely one of the zonings in the PUD, adding heavy industrial, as well as I think maybe having an additional use, having an open space, a small open space corridor, maybe along the back of on the east side of the property. I can come up with more flood mitigation would also be great. That's one of the big concerns. I know there's a lot of folks here who are concerned about the flooding issue, and I know that everybody, a lot of folks from the neighborhoods wanted 1.5 as opposed to 1-to-1. I would also suggest making the flood mitigation 1.5 as opposed to 1-to-1. 1.5 to 1.
guess, so let me ask staff, is there something we could do to the northern piece of the property to limit, development right up to that Clearwater Way?
You
Maybe
can't-
put some kind of buffer?
You can make those changes to the PUD. You may want to discuss that with the applicant also to see what their take is on that. But you definitely could make those changes, or that move forward your recommendation with those changes as part of the PUD. So, and once again, it wouldn't be conditioning; it would be changing what's within the PUD.
Gotcha.
Yeah, can we ask, Melissa, can we ask if the applicant would be amenable to any of those changes to the PUD?
With regard to the north piece, we do have a separation between those of Clearwater Way, which I believe is a 50-foot right-of-way. Our original PUD added 15 feet around the boundaries. We'd be willing to increase that to 30. That's quite a generous buffer in addition to the 50 feet on Clean Water Way. If we're totally okay with the disclosures, kind of similar to the Airport Authority disclosure on odor, use, hours of operations, various things, we can require those disclosures to go with on the property. And in terms of the uses, we could add the business park uses, which are the IC and the I uses, the IB uses, and I think we talked about this, Claudia, eliminating the more commercial uses, but go to the heavier uses on this segment, which is 7.5 acres, and that would help bring it into more compatibility.
I think I meant heavy industrial, not light industrial.
No, it was the uses that are existing within the proposed PUD is business park versus office commercial flex. So the business park are IB and IC. It's not the I zone. It's not the industrial.
So I'm
uses.
suggesting the heavy industrial, which
would be I industrial.
Okay.
Which is not a part of it now.
Right.
But could be added.
We'd have to. Do you want to comment on that, Mr. President?
I'd have to ask what is permissible with heavy industrial.
Yeah, Claudia, can you tell us what is in the I, what uses? In addition to a slaughterhouse with a SUP?
Anything that anybody out there wants.
Can I just make one comment?
Sure, Commissioner Coughlin, go ahead.
In this discussion, when you change that to industrial, now you're moving maybe some businesses closer to, wouldn't be in that business park normally with the designation they have now. We might be making a bigger issue than what there is there today.
And it's also a PUD, so you don't have to lock yourself into the industrial zoning district. You can go through and I would be happy to work with the applicant on this, to go through and pick out those uses that would be appropriate as kind of that buffer land use between the animal processing facility and the business park commercial flex area to the south. There definitely, it is our heaviest industrial uses, manufacturing, indoor and outdoor. Some require special use permits, some don't. And it's got, and I'm not going to go through all of the code, but it is our most intense one. So maintenance and repair shops, mining, warehousing, outdoor manufacturing, outdoor storage, printing and publishing, railroad yards, probably not going to work there, rental storage, salvage and reclamation, septic tank services, taxidermy, might work there, towing and impound yard, transfer station, truck stop, So there, it is all the heavy industrial uses. But again, this is a PUD where it can create its own list of uses that could be appropriate in that area.
And there were certain uses in there that we specifically did not want. We did not want the towing and impact yards. We did not want the refuge stations, collection stations, things like that. But one thing that I know we discussed this morning was there has never, to my knowledge, you can correct me, been a complaint from the business uses that are in close proximity to the Wolfpack meats on odor or any operations. Is that correct?
That's correct. We checked with the Dean of Agriculture and the business officer there, and there's never been a complaint for odor in that area.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question there?
Go ahead, Commissioner Haltom.
Ms. Lindell, how far away are those existing businesses from the meatpacking property approximately? Would you support a buffer of that equivalent distance?
Well, these uses are in there, and this is a 10-acre block. So a 10-acre buffer, I don't think would be appropriate.
Just to follow on what Commissioner Haltom says, I mean, it's not actually that close to to Wolfpack Meats, the businesses. And I think it's industrial, and it's not as close as the proposed. But,
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Haltom.
Commissioner Haltom, I feel like it would be ill-advised for us to attempt to try to re-engineer this proposal right here on the spot and make it into a more beneficial project for our community. I see a commission that's full of reservations about approving this project. I see only one course of action.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kaufman, you have something that you'd like to add?
No, not really.
Okay. I will entertain a motion if there's no further discussion or comments or questions. Commissioner Woosley?
One quick comment. I could support leaving it the existing proposed in the PUD, let that lighter use with adding that greater buffer. That was spoke with Slundell, the applicant. So if that was in the conditions.
Okay, so the two conditions are disclosure.
Two changes to the PUD?
Yeah.
Proposed changes to the PUD?
Yeah, was the disclosures that needed to be added. Nathan, could you write those up? And then a 30-foot border instead of
15.
15. And then the other one was the 117-year
elevation of the floor.
Yeah.
And
flood zone.
any consideration about the northern portion being only the light industrial then, and not any of the business commercial?
I think we leave it alone. I think especially when you have the buffer. You added an extra buffer, and again, if we change, I think we're creating another problem. You know, we're actually doing it the other way. We're creating it for the other tenants.
Commissioner Kaufman, I don't necessarily disagree with you, and that leads me to agree with Commissioner Haltom. You know, this is a recommendation we're making to City Council. We're going to, if it's approved, send it to City Council for a final decision with some recommendations to change some of the PUD. But essentially, this is what the property owner has brought to us and wants. And either we like what they want to do with their property or we don't. If we don't, we should vote no. And if we agree with the conditions, then we agree to send this forward to City Council with a positive recommendation. No matter what happens now, it goes to City Council with a recommendation of approval or denial. But it goes to City Council for final decision. And if this is what the owner wants to do, and this is what the owner has felt, is feeling, that this is in their best interest, and this is what their future goals and their future plans are, then we send it forward with an approval or a denial. So I don't mind the proposed changes to the PUD. I think they would make, would only be for better development in the future, should it go forward with a positive recommendation, or should City Council even choose to listen to our recommended changes. Commissioner Stapleton.
I think I've been clear that if it goes forward in that manner, it's something that I agree with Commissioner Haltom that I cannot support, and I cannot make the findings.
Okay. At this time, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Kaufman.
In the case of LDC 12-00015, based on compliance with the applicable findings, I move to recommend the City Council approve the zoning map amendment by ordinance subject to Condition A as written below, with the following changes of order of disclosures, a 30-foot barrier border on the north, and that they will go on the 117-year flood zone plan. And I can make all the findings.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Woosley.
I'd like to second that, and with those proposed changes, I can make the findings.
Thank you. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Opposed.
Okay. A vote of 3-2. In this case, Marilyn, correct me if I'm wrong, but that is not a majority since we are missing 2 members this evening?
I want to take some time to research that. You would send it forward simply on your vote, 3
Okay.
Of approval, 2 of recommendation of a denial, and would go forward on that to the City Council.
Okay. Then that's what is being forwarded to Reno City Council for them to make a final decision on, with a vote of 3-2 recommending this go forward. With that, I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess. We will be back at 8:40. Re-adjourn the meeting and ask staff come up, please, and continue our discussion and presentation.
Good evening once again, Claudia Hansen, Planning and Engineering Manager. As you mentioned, this is a continuation of our ongoing discussion regarding electronic billboards within the city of Reno. During your last discussion, you asked me to bring forward a report with essentially 2 options. One is to give you the option to vote on whether you want to move forward with an electronic billboard ordinance to allow them within the city, or to not to allow them. And that would be under the motion number 1. And listed as proposed motion, that would be the wording that we would propose. It's up to you on which one you would want to choose. And then number 2 would be based on the attached ordinance. That ordinance, I went through your comments and discussions and added those elements to the ordinance to allow electronic billboards, with a couple items left for discussion. I put in most of the comments that were brought up. If you feel that you need to add more, take some out, feel free to do that. This is still in a draft format. So if you feel that I've left something out, feel free to bring it up and we can add that in there. If you think I've gone too restrictive on something else or on anything, please bring that up as well, and we'll work through all the issues if we get that far. I think I will leave it at that. And I'm available for questions, comments, discussion at the appropriate time.
Okay. Thank you, Claudia.
You're welcome.
I would like to ask a question of you real quickly
Yes.
before we move forward. And Marilyn, if you wish to help out on this answer. Commissioners, tonight we have two different, excuse me, we have two different proposed motions before us. One is whether or not we allow, we make a recommendation to City Council to allow or not allow, excuse me, not allow digital billboards in the city of Reno. And if that is the case and that is what is motioned and voted on and passed, then we don't have to go to proposed motion number 2. If proposed motion number 1 does not pass and we go to proposed motion number 2, then we can continue our discussion to help recommend the best ordinance that we can. And Marilyn and Claudia, this is where I've asked you to be a part of the answer. We do not necessarily have to make a commitment and finalize this evening. If we so choose to move forward with motion number 2 and we want to modify, have more discussion before making final recommendation for ordinance, we can always continue this to the next meeting. Am I correct, Marilyn, Claudia?
You're correct.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So with that, I will ask for disclosures. Commissioner Haltom, would you like to start, please?
I would love to disclose the fact that I received 40 or 50 emails regarding this particular topic, both in favor and opposed, and spoke to the applicant's representative and one of the major opponents.
Thank you. Commissioner Stapleton.
I also received a number of emails. I had a conversation with the applicant's representative. I also had conversations and one email exchange with concerned members of the public.
Just to clarify, the applicant in this case is the city of Reno.
And I should clarify too, the applicant's representative, I should clarify by saying a representative of the billboard industry.
I apologize, ditto.
Thank you. So have I received lots of great emails, lots of fantastic information in the last couple of days, pro and con, and I'm grateful for that. That definitely helps move this forward. Commissioner Woosley.
I as well have received numerous emails in favor and in opposition.
Thank you. Commissioner Kaufman.
I've also received a lot of emails, and I've talked to a representative from the billboard industry.
Thank you. Okay. With that, I am going to open public comment. We have a great deal of comment forms where people have requested to speak. That's this pile. We have another group here of public comment forms of people who have written comments who do not wish to speak, that we will read those into the minutes after giving everybody an opportunity to speak. You will all be given 3 minutes. We will start with, it looks like Guy Day. Guy, you will be first, followed by Lori Ray.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Guy Day. I've been a resident with my family for 30 years in Reno. I've been in the outdoor industry and the on-premise industry for all my life. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Scenic Reno, it seems to me they're behind the purge against the outdoor industry. And they've already had the chance to damage the industry by setting a finite number of signs that they can erect in the city. And there's a certain number, they can't go beyond that. They really can't improve their property, and they really can't grow as a business. Now, they're trying to take a message change on an existing billboard and trick people to think that's a new billboard. When it's on the same billboard, they're just changing the message. When I was in the sign business, we used to take 2 crane trucks and between 6 and 8 men to change the face of a billboard. You've probably all seen them out there, climbing up and down, moving the sections, or putting a big vinyl display over it. Now what they do, oh, by the way, a good crew, it took them about an hour to do that. And it was pretty tough work. Now, thanks to electronics, they can take the same sign face and change it in the blink of an eye. And you don't even know it's been done. What it does, it has a clearer and crisper image, and it's more of value to more advertisers in the community. And I think that since the copy change did not require a permit, it still doesn't require a permit, despite what Scenic Reno says, a copy change is a copy change and should not require a permit, and they should change. Electronic billboards or LEDs is technology keeping up with the industry, much like color TV kept up with the black and white TV industry. In conclusion, it's really amazing that a very small number of citizens can, like a minority, can seek damages against an industry, a business, that has served this area and the whole country for a very, very long time. And I think you should continue to allow billboards to progress and to use electronic media. Thank you.
Next is Lori Ray. Following Lori is Sue Smith.
Good evening. My name is Lori Ray, and I'm here on behalf of Scenic Nevada. And I'd just like to point out that I am a small business owner myself, and I am opposed to digital billboards here. I think they're intrusive, distracting energy hogs that diminish the appearance of our city, and that also hurts our property values, which also hurts our local economy. I'd just like to point out that you can turn your television off, but you cannot turn a digital sign off. My question tonight to you is why would you consider making a deal with an industry and a business like Clear Channel Outdoor that has a reputation for suing when they don't get what they want? Staff's report suggests that changes to this draft ordinance can be made later after it's in code, and I just don't feel that Clear Channel Outdoor will allow future changes if they are more restrictive. Just like they did when they didn't want billboard locations they wanted billboard locations reinstated in the TODs and the regional centers a few years ago. They were eliminated, then they were put back in. So ask the public officials here about that. You could also ask public officials from El Paso and Tacoma who are now being sued by Clear Channel over their ordinances, and ask them whether making a deal with Clear Channel is a good idea or not. In Tacoma, Clear Channel told city officials that it would cost the taxpayers $75 million to take down non-conforming billboards. Tacoma had passed a law in '97 which said Clear Channel had 10 years, and then until 2007 to get those boards down. And when the deadline approached, Clear Channel sued. Right now in El Paso, the Clear Channel lawsuit is ongoing. Digitals are not allowed, yet there are 17 digital billboards being erected, I'm told generally without permits. You know that digital billboards are meant to distract drivers. Scenic Nevada commissioned a voter survey earlier this year. We asked voters, how important is it to you that you and other drivers are not distracted? Almost 90% of those voters said in the survey it was important or very important. We know they are distracting now and therefore unsafe. But what if at a later date there is conclusive evidence that digitals cause accidents? Will we be stuck with unsafe driving conditions forever? Or what if there's a highway improvement project and a billboard must come down? In both cases, will Reno have to pay for these boards? These Megatrons cost millions of dollars. Clear Channel has said in workshops and public meetings, they're just taking advantage of new technology. The next new technology that's on the horizon are such things as personalized messages, interactive displays, facial recognition, automated license plate recognition. How are you going to be able to stop that? If you let those digitals go up, they're going to say First Amendment rights. If our advertisers want to take advantage of this, we're going to have to let them. And if you don't, they will sue you. So do not make a deal with Clear Channel. We will never get rid of them, and it could work out even worse than it is today. Digital billboards are new construction. That's a newly constructed board that went up this summer. This is what Scenic Nevada is trying to get rid of, that kind of clutter. It's not going to happen if you let those digitals go up. 55% of the voters.
Thank you, Lori.
You're welcome.
Sue Smith. Following Sue is Mark Ray.
Thank you for the opportunity. I also am a lifetime member, a citizen of the city of Reno. I served on the Reno Planning Commission. I was even a city councilman at one point. And we've been having these discussions for a long time. I think my concern is that if we allow digital billboards to come up, we're taking away from the ability to enhance our scenic beauty. We're putting something up that we can't do anything about. There's always that digital billboard that's interfering with our view sheds of the mountains and whatnot. And I respectfully disagree with Guy Day that Scenic Nevada represents a small minority. There was actually a referendum about billboards, and there's obviously a concern amongst the people in the city of Reno about billboards and what they do to our community. I understand that we have an agreement and there's a certain number and they've got some in the bank and we seem to go on, but we get this new technology going and all of a sudden it's almost like well, we've got one at the Wild Orchid that's like a TV, and so maybe essentially we'll just go from what they're asking for, then we'll go the next step. And I guess we heard from Mr. Day that they used to employ 6 to 8 people to put up the billboard copy, and now they do it in a computer. So I think you're about to hear about how we're trying to put people out of jobs, when in fact I think technology changes. And I'm not sure billboards continue to be an effective mode of advertising. I think there's other modes of advertising that are more effective. And I hope that you'll consider our request and go for motion number 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Ray. Following Mark will be Trey Abney.
Hello, Mark Ray, 608 Lander Street, Reno, member of Scenic Nevada. Thanks for reading everything. I know there's been a lot of material sent to you. I really appreciate that. The big issue, the real issue here, beyond billboards, digital billboards, or any kind of billboards, of course, is the law. And I've spoken to you about this before. It's about democracy and the law. The people of Reno took a vote in 2000 and said there shall be no new construction of billboards, and there shall be no permits issued for new billboards. In your analysis at page 2 by the staff, you had a single paragraph devoted to this issue that says something about the city interprets that the ordinance that exists by the vote of the people does not preclude the repair, relocation, or upgrading of existing billboard stock within the city. The proposed regulation is in response to that interpretation. We all know that that's nonsense. Of course it involves new construction. Of course it involves permits. Look at what they're doing. You can't ignore that. The big issue here is democracy. You are the Reno City Planning Commission. You're not the Clear Channel Board of Directors. You're not the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. You're not here to promote their industry. You're not here to worry about their jobs or what they want. The people have passed a law. Let's follow the law. Keep it simple. Draw a line in the sand. The line is the people say we don't want billboards, let alone digital billboards. That's the law we're going to follow. We're not going to pass an ordinance because you say your industry wants it, because you bring all the suits and all the lawyers and you intimidate us. These are the people who went to the Supreme Court when the ordinance was being passed, when the referendum happened. They went to the Supreme Court to stop the people from even being able to vote. Now they come and tell you that we're a minority. We're not a minority. We're the majority. We passed the law. Please follow that law. You know, if you're going to fight a lawsuit against these people one day, which is true in every city that they've ever been in, they've always sued the city that they're in. Fight them on the grounds that you can win. Fight them on a clear issue. And the clear issue is our ordinance was passed by the voters. The Supreme Court said they could vote on it. They did vote on it. This is where we stand. Don't fight them when you try to widen a road or build something over by whatever you're building, the issue you had here before, and you take down a billboard and they say we want $5 million for each billboard. That's a battle, a legal battle that you're going to end up paying money for. Here's one you can win. Keep it simple. Say no to them now and win the lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you. Trey? Following Trey Abney is Justin I'm going to butcher this one, I apologize. McIlvain? McIlvain, sorry. But you're next. Trey.
Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Trey Abney. I represent the 2,000 member businesses of the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber strongly supports allowing this technology, digital billboards within the city limits of Reno. Remember, this is a technology that already exists in our community. We're not talking about something that's going to invade here from other cities or something that is science fiction. This is something that exists in the city of Sparks today. This is something that exists on tribal land around our community. The sign industry and the members and my members that utilize the sign industry to advertise their goods and services are an important part of our economy. My members rely on advertising to attract business, and in this economy we certainly would not want to do anything to obstruct their ability to gain new customers and hopefully hire new employees. The industry and the people that utilize it employ our citizens, they pay taxes, and they contribute to our economic vitality of this region. This industry should be allowed to evolve. Just like any other industry, just like we are always upgrading to the newest iPad or newest smartphone, this industry should be allowed to evolve evolve with the changing times and able to keep up with what their customers want and demand. You will hear later about the public safety aspect of it. I won't go into too much detail here, but the public safety aspect that our public safety departments will be able to, at a moment's notice, let the public know about important information that we may need to know about. We do believe that the current proposal, if you go with option 2, is overreaching and too restrictive. I'll let the industry talk about that. But the industry itself is totally in support of appropriate restrictions on this technology. Again, the Chamber and our 2,000 members strongly support allowing digital billboards in the city of Reno, just like we allow them in the city of Sparks and on tribal lands. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next is Justin McIlvain. Following Justin is Lindry Kern.
Good evening. There was a PowerPoint, if I could get that.
Justin, if I can get you to speak into that
Absolutely.
microphone so we can get it recorded. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Justin McIlvain. I've been a member of this community for well over 30 years. I am a senior account executive at Clear Channel Outdoor. Digital billboards play an important role in helping local businesses achieve their marketing objectives. Digital outdoor advertising has given my clients capability and flexibility like never before. Within the Truckee Meadows, there are many different businesses requiring many different types of outdoor advertising. Some businesses would like to showcase different products. Some would like to count down daily to a grand opening. Others would like to thank clients or sponsors with a message on a billboard. All of this and more is now available to them in a timely manner without the need to print and install new billboard copy. As the capabilities of the outdoor advertising industry evolve, so do the opportunities for businesses to promote themselves, drive more sales, and therefore generate more revenue. I have many satisfied local clients who use digital outdoor advertising as a crucial part of their marketing campaign. Now, I would like to read a quote from a local business owner, Mike Reynolds of Global Studio. Mike said, "I have found digital outdoor billboards to be one of the more exciting advancements in marketing. It allows our clients to be able to be more proactive and share their message with their customers and prospects in a timely and innovative fashion. In a time where businesses are desperate to innovate in order to survive and thrive, and when jobs are so desperately needed, I believe digital billboards to be a welcome addition to the collective effort." Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Lindry Kern. Following Lindry will be Dave Scott.
Good evening. My name's Lindsay. I'm an account executive with Clear Channel Outdoor. As a native Northern Nevadan, I'm very honored to be a part of this company, and I'm very proud of Clear Channel Outdoor's commitment to local charities and nonprofits. As you can see from the next few slides, we dedicate our space to these charities so that they can advertise their cause, their events to the local community.
Excuse me, Michelle, could you start the clock, please?
This first campaign was for the MS 150 bike race to benefit multiple sclerosis. And as we all know, very near and dear to most of our hearts, we've also donated digital space for the Reno Rodeos Foundation Denim Drive. Last year, our very own University of Nevada Wolfpack went to the Craft Right Hunger Bowl. We definitely got behind them to support and put up a nice digital campaign. Finally, another example of the various and numerous nonprofit campaigns is for NSEA, Want to Stand Up for Education. Now, digital outdoor allows us to provide this service in a very timely fashion and without the additional need to order materials, which in doing so, as a result, these organizations don't have to come up with extra expenses. I have a couple statements from local business people, first being Peter Fishburne from Brown and Bigelow. In quote, "As a business person and someone who is active in several nonprofit organizations, billboards are a valuable tool to communicate with the public. A billboard can inform people of upcoming special events, and this is good for visitors as well as the local public. It is a fast and efficient way to inform the public and allow them to take part in the community events. It allows the public to gain information on public services, health issues, community gatherings, which they may not be aware of." Finally, another statement from Michael Reynolds with Global Studio, in quote, "Clear Channel Outdoor has been one of the most upstanding members of our business community. I've had many experiences with Clear Channel Outdoor and their generosity in my service with several nonprofit organizations. Whenever Clear Channel Outdoor has been asked for help, they have never turned us down." Thank you very much.
Thank you. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Dave Scott. Following Dave is Roger Brown.
Good evening. My name is Dave Scott. I'm the Marketing and National Sales Manager for Clear Channel Outdoor here in Reno. I appreciate you letting me speak tonight. In all of our markets nationwide, we've partnered with organizations such as the FBI, FEMA, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children to help capture fugitives, and warn residents of issues affecting their communities. Our success in partnering with these organizations has led to endorsements from the Director of Homeland Security, FEMA, and the FBI. As a direct result of our partnership with the FBI, since December of 2007, 39 of some of the most wanted and dangerous criminals have been captured. Our partnership with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, who issues Amber Alerts nationwide, come via email directly to our staff members. With our digital networks, we have the ability to instantly post these threats, alerting authorities or having citizens alert authorities if these vehicles are spotted. Locally, we have a memorandum of understanding with the Northern Nevada Counterterrorism Center. We partner with the Washoe County Emergency Management System and work closely with Secret Witness. All of these associations allow us to quickly display crucial, time-sensitive, and emergency information to the community. The technology and resources behind our digital networks allow us to deliver critical public safety information for hundreds of thousands of people within a moment's notice, without them having to tune into a TV or radio station. As an example, evacuation routes can be posted statewide and modified in real time as conditions change. We are continually committed to being a good community partner and will continue to work with nonprofit and emergency organizations to provide essential information to the residents of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Roger Brown. Following Roger will be John Frankovich.
Good evening. My name is Roger Brown. I live at 1605 12th Street South in Brookings, South Dakota. I handle signage legislation concerns for Daktronics. Daktronics is the world's largest manufacturer of these types of signs, and I was hired on about 5 years ago to work with cities, counties, states to help them understand the new technologies, how they operate, how they create images, how they could be controlled so that you might better produce regulations to suit your community's needs. Tonight,
Michelle, can we start the clock, please? Thank you.
Oh. Gonna give me a little more time there. No. Tonight, for my short little presentation, I wanted to touch upon the brightness regulations that are in motion number 2. I'm here in support of motion number 2. I think the signs, of course, should be allowed with appropriate regulations. And the brightness regulations that are a part of that motion go a long way towards that. The industry has worked very hard in the last few years to help produce a brightness standard by which cities could regulate these signs. In the past, there was always a problem that if there's that, that one sign problem that cities have where there's one that's up and it's malfunctioning, or that it was set too high and it was never installed properly, whatever it might be, that people would look at and see, well, that's too bright, it's garish, we don't want that in our town. And so the industry's gone a long ways to help cities counteract that problem by putting together a standard by which you can objectively decide when a sign is too bright or when it's operating within the law. And the language you have in the second motion there goes a long way towards that. It's based on a standard that was put together by a lighting engineer, one of the more prominent ones in the country. And first off, the standard is based on traditional nuisance standards for lighting that you generally cities handle with regards to like parking lot lighting, things like that. And now the standard has been developed and put towards LED lighting as well. The standard is that the sign cannot add more than 0.3 foot candles above the ambient light level. The key here is that most of the language you have there is good. The one area that it kind of went off track was in the testing phase of when you go out and you've had a complaint and you want to test if the sign is operating within legal limits. There are specific distances in this study by which you or you measure the sign to see if it's operating appropriately. In the original study, it's based on how large the sign is. In the language you have in front of you, it is a set distance of 200 feet, I believe. And what that would do would mean that signs that are the larger type of signs that might be installed in your city, they would be forced to be dimmer than they should be and maybe difficult to read. And for smaller signs, they could possibly be meeting your brightness standard that you would have in force, but they would seem too bright to the human eye because that you have that one measuring distance. And I would ask that you go back to the actual study that was done and use that standard that they use. But otherwise, it's a great usage, or it's a great first step, and I applaud you for your efforts on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Frankovich. Following John will be Daniel Schulte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is John Frankovich. I represented Clear Channel and its predecessors for over 20 years on billboard issues that have come before the city and this commission. I want to address the issue tonight that somehow the initiative of 2000 would prevent digital billboards, and simply inconsistent with the way the law developed. I was involved in an initiative petition. I was an opponent of it. I actually brought the lawsuit to challenge the initiative. The court ultimately ruled that the initiative was valid. After they said that, it came back to the city for an extensive evaluation as to how you implement the language of that initiative. City set up a task force together. They had a special committee. As it always seems to be with billboards in the city, it took a long time, for over a year. There were representatives of the industry. There was representatives of Scenic Nevada. There were members of the city council. And there were members of the planning commission. All participated in this committee to say, okay, how do we implement this initiative that the voters approved? The main question was, what are these new billboards? How do we define them? And what does it mean under the initiative? And they evaluated the language of the initiative. We evaluated the campaigns that were done by the proponents, saying here's what we're trying to accomplish. We tried to find the intent of the initiative. At one point, that entire committee agreed that what that initiative was is a cap and release program, which is not uncommon in the billboard industry, which that means you have a cap on the number, but you can replace, repair, and in this case, relocate. And that was the ultimate result that the committee came up to. The committee then went further and developed rules on the spacing, the height, the numbers, and how many you might have to take down to get a new billboard and put on locations. They restricted the locations quite a bit. As I indicated, in those meetings with Scenic Nevada, they initially agreed with that. Subsequently, they changed their position at the city council 10, 11 years ago when we had this hearing. They opposed that approach after agreeing to it in the committee. The city council heard all the testimony, they heard all the evidence, they heard all the arguments, and the city council adopted the position in our ordinance today that says, yes, it is a cap and replace. That was some 10 years ago. If the question was to be challenged, it should have been challenged 10 years ago. Not 10 years later, after the industry's been relying on it for all of these years. They've been banking billboards based on the existing ordinance. And the digital issue is merely utilizing new technology to improve the product, which is something that we think that any industry ought to be able to do. The point being is the initiative should not be an issue in your consideration. What you should be considering is what are the appropriate restrictions or limitations on digital billboards, if any. Thank you. I'll be glad to answer any questions if you have any, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next is Daniel Schulte, followed by Michelle Nichols.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Schulte. I'm with Yesco Outdoor Media. I'd like to point out, follow up with what Mr. Frankovich said in regards to the ordinance that was put in place in 2000 in regards to the cap and replace. We started out with approximately what the ordinance said, I believe was around 300 billboards. We're now at about 250, give or take. There are several that are in the banked program, which are extremely difficult to be placed because of spacing issues, zoning issues, the mixed-use zoning changes that have taken place over the last several years. So that has limited the industry further to growth, whereas the digital would allow them to bring back to at least to where, close to where the cap originally was. We're never going to get back to the cap, but at least that will help us to promote more advertisers that can use this as a valuable and economic way and means of advertising their business and promote their products. Now, I am in favor of motion 2. However, I am not in favor of the language that goes along with it. I'd like to point out a couple of things, if I may. In the staff report, it represents that in order for them to put up a digital billboard, they would have to take down equivalent to 672 square feet, which is the size of one digital billboard, would be two, what says in the staff report, non-conforming. Under the current ordinance of off-premise advertising for the city of Reno, it states that all billboards in the city of Reno are conforming. So I believe that that's a contradiction. And then in the language that is the proposed document for what is motion 2, it references again, no permanent off-premise advertising display or part thereof shall be located within a historic or conservation district. We're not talking about permanent off-premise displays. It also goes on to say no permanent off-premise displays shall be located or placed in adjacent to a collector or local street. We're not talking about off-premise displays. We're talking about digital displays. So how this got dragged into the digital ordinance proposal, I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Nichols. Following Michelle is Tom Weatherby.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Michelle Nichols. I'm a resident of Reno, and I don't work for a billboard company, but I came to tell you why I'm a huge fan of digital billboards. In 2008, so 4 years ago, I was working for Business Week magazine, the big business magazine out of New York City, and I quit being their worldwide sales expert so I could start a national holiday called National Hug Your Kids Day. But my problem was, how was I going to get this message across? And I read an article in the RGJ about digital billboards, and I went, that's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to get billboards all across the United States for one day, just to remind people to hug their kids. And guess what? That dream came true. I asked Clear Channel, and they donated me billboards in every major city. They gave me over 150 billboards in 2008, over 100 in 2009, in all our major cities, LA, New York, Phoenix, Minneapolis, big cities, Reno too, just to get this message out. And we couldn't have done it any other way, because it's a holiday, it's only one day. We couldn't have done this with traditional billboards, but with digital, we could. And with digital, it was a story. And it was a story about how important this message is all across the United States. And it's now gone international thanks to what we could do with digital billboards. So I came here to just sort of open your mind to what digital does that you can't do any other way. And I know they've supported a lot of other charities and all kinds of different ones in our city and across our United States. And if we didn't have digital in our town, then all the big cities would have them, and we'd be known as that podunk city that wasn't big enough or hip enough to have digital. So I am a huge fan of them, and I want to thank you for that. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next, please hold your applause, okay? Tom, I know, but I have a long meeting ahead, okay? Tom Weatherby. Tom, after Tom's Aaron West.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Tom Weatherby. I'm a 23-year resident of the Truckee Meadows. I've been with Young Electric Sign Company for 19 years. My primary business is an on-premise sign salesman, but about 30% of my income does come from selling outdoor off-premise advertising. And my hat is off to the staff. They've come up with an ordinance that actually allows digital outdoor, but at the same time, they make it almost impossible to qualify to get one under these regulations. Between the spacing requirements, the distance from schools, residences, the restrictions to have them within the McCarran loop, and to have to give up 8 existing billboards to get one new one, and a 12-second hold time rather than the industry standard of 6 to 8 seconds, they've either geographically or economically prohibited digital outdoor with this ordinance. I have some customers that have had the same billboard location for 34 years. Now, do you think they believe that that works or that it's an outdated form of advertising? Outdoor works. We all know what kind of growth we've had in the Truckee Meadows in the last 10 years, but we've had no new billboards allowed. So the only way that these new businesses, new advertisers can reach the new residents and the existing residents of the community is to allow multiple users on the existing billboard structures. And the calls I get, most of them are wanting something outside the McCarran loop. So I feel that is too restrictive. I feel like that all the existing boards should be allowed to convert if they feel like that it's economically feasible for them to spend upwards of $400,000 to put a digital face on an existing billboard to allow more people to advertise. Why would you want to restrict that? Also, there is a mention in the ordinance that a digital billboard is more legible than a non-digital. And I asked the other gentleman from the other sides of the industry, and we don't know of a study that states that. Generally accepted sign practices are that a 3-foot letter is visible and readable at a certain distance. There are no distinctions that I'm aware of whether it's illuminated with LEDs or neon or other methods. If 3-foot letter's a 3-foot letter, it's visible at 40 feet per inch. So I don't think the spacing requirements being doubled because it's digital is fair. So in closing, I would like to say that I would like to see you allow digital advertising, but not this particular ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Aaron West. Following Aaron is Susan Schulte.
Good evening, members of the commission. For the record, Aaron West with Clear Channel Outdoor. I've already been in front of you guys so many times. I just wanted to kind of come up and touch on a couple things. Obviously, I am in support of the digital ordinance. As some things have been brought up tonight, we do have some concerns with the language as it exists. But the biggest thing I want to stress, and I'll hope I'm not beating a dead horse here, but the idea that we're treating this as if it's something alien to us. And again, we have digital within our community right now, within the city of Sparks, on tribal property. We also have changeable displays. This is just a modernization of the changeable display. And I would remind you that in all those cases, we are currently working on an 8-second dwell time. And contrary to the staff report, which says that there is a standard for dwell, there is the only standard that's out there, and that is a Federal Highway Administration memo from 2007 that recommends 8 seconds. It's part of our business plan. It allows us to get that message out there, and it's working. We haven't had any complaints in any of our existing markets, whether it be TriVision or digital, on the 8 seconds. So we've provided, I know that there's been a lot of bantering and a lot of back and forth. We've provided volumes of empirical analytical data to support our claims to the energy efficiency and the fact that for as much as our opponents claim that these are a traffic issue and a safety issue, we have volumes of data and studies to show that that's just not the case. There are distractions when driving. But the key is, are those distractions enough to actually cause an accident? And we have volumes of data that show that they do not cause accidents. I would like to point out that there are some sections within the proposed ordinance that I think are overreaching. As was pointed out previously, there are changes to the actual off-premise standards. And I think we've talked a little bit about non-conforming, and I think where staff was going with that is that there are billboards currently that don't meet the spacing requirements that are in place. By imposing even stricter standards on what's already in place in our on-premise, all we're going to do is create more boards that no longer meet the spacing standard. So I think that's excessive. We can address what we need to take care of within the proposed digital language. The spacing limitation, I have yet to hear a logical argument for the separation from schools, which has also been thrown into the standard off-premise side of that. And then also a 1,000-foot separation from residential, which we went to great efforts to work with staff to provide the industry standards for the lighting on these boards, with the idea that they dim, they fluctuate with the ambient light, and therefore they do not have light spillage. They do not create that obnoxious glare that you see from a lot of on-premise signage. So the idea being, we don't need 1,000 foot from residential. We don't need to increase that standard because we've already addressed it within the lighting.
Thank you, Aaron. Susan Schulte, followed by John Hara.
Good evening. I'm Susan Schulte. I'm with Saunders Outdoor Advertising. Saunders Outdoor has vested rights in the city of Reno for 18 changeable signs identified in the current inventory. We are in favor of digital billboards. We are not in favor of the proposed text amendment that is here before us tonight. The proposed ordinance unjustly enhances certain parties' ability for future growth, while at the same time vastly restricts the ability of other parties to grow at all in the future. Thank you.
John Hara, followed by Marilyn Melton.
Hi, I'm John Hara. I live at 65 Woodchuck in Reno. Anyway, I'm a big fan of digital billboards in Vegas, not here in Reno. And I actually believe very much in what the law actually says here. And I'm just going to read from that, which says, in purpose and the intent here of the off-premise advertising display law is recognizing that the city of Reno is a unique city in which public safety, maintenance, and enhancement of the city's aesthetic qualities are important and effective in promoting quality of life for its inhabitants in the city of Reno's 24-hour gaming, entertainment, recreation, tourism economy, and recognizing the promotion of tourism generates a commercial interest in the environmental attractiveness of the community, and recognizing that the visual landscape is more than a passive backdrop in that it shapes the character of our city, community, and region. Also, it says here is that it's intended to prevent and alleviate needless distraction and clutter resulting from excessive and confusing off-premise advertising displays, to safeguard and enhance property values and to promote the general welfare and public safety of the city's inhabitants. That's what the law says. That's what the purpose of that law is. Across the country, at the same time, there's more than 700 communities right now that are trying to prohibit the construction of new billboards because they consider it blight. And billboard control, actually though, even though people may say that it would restrict business, in fact, it improves business. So, just 3 examples. In Williamsburg, Virginia, let me see, 3 years after billboard controls were toughened, let me see, retail sales rose 44%. Raleigh, North Carolina, after billboard controls were enacted, local business sales rose 20%. Same thing in Houston, Texas. It was 100% growth after billboard controls were enacted. The conclusion for that is that the more a community does to enhance its unique natural, scenic, historic, and architectural assets, the more tourists it attracts. So, I just wanted to point this out, which was the Durham County staff report, which I think I sent to you guys. Hopefully you'll take a look at it. But one of the things I wanted to do is show you that your decision here has big consequences. And business isn't just business. All businesses aren't created equal. So the billboard industry would have you believe that it's going to impact their business. Yet, if you take a look at Clear Channel, what you're going to see is that they list in their own media kit 39 clients here. So even though the Chamber of Commerce talks about 2,000 businesses, as a small business owner, very few people really can afford billboards as a way to advertise. And so we're going to compromise our scenic heritage for billboards. Let me do this really quickly. Which business? This is a true story. Beautiful Sierra City, beautiful community. Great place for a local business and
Get you
weddings.
to wrap it up, John, please.
Okay.
You're done.
Same sign, at least it was. That is Lavender Ridge. This is a business, this is a business. We should care, it matters a lot. Both those businesses are impacted.
Thank you. Next is Marilyn Melton.
I'm Marilyn Melton, and I'm a 78-year resident of the city of Reno. So I've seen a lot of changes, but I want you to all vote against having these. And I'm here as just a citizen, but who wins and who loses in this game? What we all know that this is a cash cow on a stick that's sticking up there for us all to enjoy. The people who are making the money, which is millions of dollars off these things, aren't the people in this room, even though they're the lawyers and the lobbyists and the people that work for this company. The money isn't staying here. It's going to somebody who has 10 homes someplace, but not in Reno. And they're not paying taxes in Reno. This is not a local business. We're sending this money that's earned here to other places. And who loses? The citizens. We lose our views. Pretty soon, the Olympics there's a group wanting to bring the Olympics here. They'll bring the Olympics committee to this city, and this will be the city, and this is the vision that they will see. A lot of junk. They'll drive down Virginia Street, and they'll see billboards right in the middle of town. The biggest billboards that can be built are right on the middle on Virginia Street. Will we impress these people with the kind of community they want to bring the Olympics to? I wonder. Ugly is memorable, and so is beauty. Beauty is memorable. We just finished a trip through North America, and the ugliest city we saw was Acapulco, New Mexico. It used to be a place where everybody flocked to. It was a beautiful little place on the Gulf of Mexico. And now it is so overdone with signs and that have made it the ugliest city. Then we were in Banff, Canada. We went across the state of Canada, and we did not see billboards. And when we were in Banff, a young lady asked where we were from. We said, we're from Nevada. And she said, oh my God. She said, I went to Las Vegas. And she said, after 3 days, I had to get out of there. I had to get back to Banff. Those ugly billboards did me in.
Thank you. Those are all of the request to speak forms that I had. Did we miss anybody who filled out a comment form and wanted to speak?
Is there any room for rebuttal?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to step up to the microphone if you want to talk to me, because I can't hear you. No, up to the microphone if you're going to talk to me, please.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, but I have to refuse something.
No, wait, what's the question you?
I just want to rebut something about.
No, you have been given your
Okay.
3 minutes.
But as
and
I
that's all you
stated,
get. That's
30
all
years
you-
I raised a family by the
You get
income I
your 3
received
minutes. Thank you very
from
much.
the
If you'll
billboard
have a
industry.
seat, sir.
Just want to say that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we have a couple of stacks of comments here from people who do not wish to make a statement. Commissioner Woosley is going to help me read through these. Go ahead and start.
Okay, I have one from Chip Lindloff. In favor. I'm in favor of the digital billboards in Reno, but the proposed digital ordinance before the Planning Commission is too restrictive as written.
Doug Smith, in opposition, wishes not to make a statement. Off-premise advertising, display, billboards are prohibited, and the city of Reno may not issue permits for their, I believe it's construction.
We have Danny Selby, does not wish to make a statement and is in favor. No comment.
Sal Wong wishes not to make a statement, is in opposition. I am in favor of digital billboard. This ordinance is too restrictive.
Benjamin Casio does not wish to make a statement but is in favor. No comment.
Penny Ruskowski, in opposition, wishes not to make a statement. Because of the 2000 vote, I believe all new billboards are illegal, even those that have been banked.
Lupe McIlvain, in favor with no comment.
Jim Barnes does not wish to make a statement, is in favor. I am in favor of proposed motion number 1.
I believe it's Shanacy Casio, forgive me if I mispronounce that, is in favor, does not wish to make a statement.
Tom Weatherby wishes not to make a statement. I am in favor of digital billboards in Reno, but ordinance is too restrictive as written.
Amy Tupper does not wish to make a statement but is in favor and has a comment of, I believe electronic billboards are good and the benefit of local businesses. As a local business, we use the advertisements to utilize them as a marketing tool. H.W.
Bud Hickey wishes not to make a statement. The ordinance is too restrictive and does not make sense.
David McWalters does not wish to make a statement but is in favor with no comments.
Nan Lathrop does not wish to make a statement, is in opposition. Off-premise advertising, digital billboards, carte blanche. Please serve public interest instead of billboard industry. And I'm not sure what the last word is.
Sierra McDaniel does not wish to make a statement but is in favor. The comment of digital outdoor billboards offer local businesses a cost-effective means of advertising. Bringing this technology and product within permitted areas can only help our local businesses and economy. That's all you. Sabrina Absher does not wish to make a statement, is in favor. With a comment of support electronic billboards allowing local businesses to effectively promote their business. Don't impede progress, instead of focus on energy efficiencies and cosmetics of tasteful advertising. Susan Holzhauer, it's pronounced, does not wish to make a statement, is in favor with no comment. Sam Kuhlman, I believe, does not wish to make a statement and is in favor with no comment. That is it.
Thank you, Commissioner Woosley. With that, I will ask, is there anybody else this evening who's in the audience who did not fill out a request to speak form, who has not spoken, would like to speak under public comment? Hearing and seeing none, I will close public comment, bring it back to the commission for questions, discussion, motion. Commissioner Kaufman?
I have questions for staff. I guess part of it is comment came up about 8 seconds to 12 seconds. How did we come up with 12 seconds?
I searched ordinances on cities across the country. One of our staff members helped me do some of the research, and I attached those cities to the information from those cities on there. Those range from 8 seconds to 24 hours, I think, is Salt Lake City. So I kind of went in the middle for recommendation. 8 to 20 seconds seem to be the most common ones out there. 8 seconds. There are quite a few cities that do have 8 seconds, but they're in teens also. So I just kind of went with a middle road there.
Okay.
I steered away from the 24-hour one, though.
In here we have the bank. The proposed ratio is 8 to 1, 2 comparable signs plus 6 bank receipts, one digital billboard.
Correct.
I kind of know how we came up with that, but what happens when the bank runs out? So my figures, you're going to put up 6 digital billboards, and if we have 50 in the bank, you know, you're going to run out of the bank. So
You can always supplement the bank by taking down existing boards.
okay, but that's kind of not in here.
Well, that's how you create a banked receipt, is you take down an existing board. That's what a banked receipt is the removal of an existing board. And the 8-to-1, just to expand on that ratio, at the workshop or at the last meeting, somebody had asked Mr. West how many ads are on an electronic billboard at any given time, and it was 8. And that discussion went a little ways, and that was where the 8 came from. And then at previous discussion at City Council, one of the council people had mentioned that that we should be looking at reducing the clutter and bringing the existing any signs that are up closer into coming to meet the spacing standards and requirements that are within the code right now. And so that's where we've got the removal of 2 equivalent of 2 existing signs that do not meet spacing standards. Or location standards, I should say.
Okay, but I guess, who decides that? See, that's what's not clear to me in here, is, number one, when you run out of the bank, who decides, you know, okay, say we have 5 more billboards, we only have 2 in the bank, and to put up another digital, they have to take down 5 more, right? Or 6 more?
They would need a total of 6 banked receipts.
Okay. So, you know, how do we come up with that? Or, you know, how do they come up with it? Is it approval of the city? Is it?
They would have to identify which banked receipts they would be using, whether they're existing banked receipts or ones that they're creating by the removal of existing signs.
Okay.
And that would be a marketing economic decision on their side. We wouldn't be determining which signs they are. That would be up to the applicant.
But that's not written in here anywhere, or that's?
Well, the city would never determine what project somebody would be proposing.
Well,
so that would be up to the
I guess part of
applicant.
my concern is if we say, you know, plus 6 banks, then if I don't have any in the bank, then I only have to take down 2 signs.
Correct. That's how you obtain a banked receipt. That's what a banked receipt is the removal of signs.
Okay. Somebody talked about the illumination also of 200 feet. I think in here it's 0.3 or candlelight.
Yes, and we can put that in. I have those numbers that it's different distances depending on the size of the sign, and we can put that in. It's more challenging as on an enforcement issue, but and so code enforcement requested that we come up with something simpler. We went with an average distance on that one, but it is enforceable. It would just be more time consuming.
Okay. I think that's my question.
Commissioner Woosley?
This is a question for staff. Mr. Frankovich was talking about a committee that was put together after the election to look at the billboards.
Yes.
And so was one of their things that they discussed is how do they interpret what was passed?
I believe so. I would defer to Marilyn Craig since I was not present in those meetings.
Yes, as Mr. Frankovich explained, there was considerable discussion about it.
And then after that decision, then they went on and decide, and that's when they came up with the banked idea and distances and that. So this has been thought about by a committee that's, you know, a group of our peers or neutral people to
Well, I
kind of
don't
go
know
over.
that they were neutral.
Well,
there were a number of people that
would
had
be hopefully a mixed group of
Mixed group, yes.
opinions. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to find out. I did have a question about the 200 feet, but you said that it is something that we could look at as far as distance sensitive, depending on the size of the sign.
Yes, I have that information. I could bring that back.
Okay.
That's not a problem.
Actually, that's all the questions I have.
Commissioner Haltom, did you have a question?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Stapleton?
Not at this time.
Okay.
But probably later.
Okay. Marilyn, I have a question for you, and it's in regards to the ballot question R1 that we received a copy of. Who puts ballot questions together? Are they specific groups? Are they the state, the city?
There's a process identified under state law as to how you proceed and do that. Ballot questions, the pros and cons, which you're probably referring to, are done by the respective groups.
Okay.
The ballot question themselves is the initiative, and of course that can be any group of people that comes together. They have certain requirements in state law to meet, and if they do, then they gather signatures and the process proceeds. But it's
Okay.
it's all set out by state law.
Under arguments for passage, it's starting on the second page that we received. Top of it says, there are 278 off-premises billboards existing in the city. This initiative petition, supported by over 7,000 Reno citizens, would prohibit any increase in the present number of billboards. Is that an explanation to new billboards? Or could it be a...
Well, normally when you look at a law, and if the law is ambiguous, then you would look to its legislative history to discern, among other things, to discern the intent of the body that adopted it. In this case, it is the people who adopted it. And so this is one clue that we have as to what the people were thinking who voted for the initiative. We don't know what everyone was thinking who voted for the initiative, but we know that they, in all likelihood, read these pros and cons, and at least that gives us some understanding as to the intent in what new might be, if in fact you determine that new, or they determine that new was ambiguous.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. If nobody else has any questions, I just want to remind you guys that you know what we have before us are two different motions. Motion one is, you know, to not allow digital off-premise advertising whatsoever. If that's what this commission were to pass tonight, there's no reason for further discussion of motion number two. That's what we would send as our recommendation to City Council to decide what they want to do. If motion number one does not pass, then we have the option of motion number two, and then that could open up a lot more questions of specifics and how to help write an ordinance or recommend an ordinance to City Council or to staff to provide more information to council. So at this time, if the questions are done, I will open it up for comments and or a motion to discuss motion number one. Commissioner Haltom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start. Having reviewed all the details of information, I've come to the conclusion that digital billboards are unsightly and unaesthetic and provide a potential safety hazard and additional distractions to our drivers. And I think that ultimately have a long-term negative impact on our economy. And I think that everything we can do to remove them would be in the best interest of our community. I also think that trying to manage and administer this text amendment would come at a cost to the city that I don't think has been properly addressed and mitigated either. And so I'm comfortable fully supporting proposal number 1.
Yeah, I'll make a comment and then I'd be willing to make a motion. Having been the person who's probably newest to this and just learned about this in the last couple months, I did a lot of thinking about this in the past week and read everything and really thought about it. And in my thinking, it came down to which was something a little more simple. I thought, what really is the difference between the billboards that we have versus digital billboards? You know, what is really the main difference? And in my mind, I tried to sort this out, and billboards are a form of communication. They are a vehicle for getting a message across. Digital billboards are another way to do that same thing, but they are different. They do that differently. In my mind, it's taking it up a notch for the type of vehicle that is. And I went to Marilyn and I asked her, what are the grounds that we're really deciding on here? As the Planning Commission, you know, it's our job to, you know, the health, safety, and welfare of the community is what we really, you know, sort of think about when we're making policy. And I asked her if we can decide on aesthetics, and she said, absolutely. The Supreme Court, or I don't know if, I'm not going to say that Marilyn told me this. From what I understand, the Supreme Court says that aesthetics are something that contribute to the health, safety, and welfare of the community, that you can make a decision based on aesthetics. And so, in my mind, it's an issue of aesthetics, and I think that the ballot question can be used as guidance here. That an overwhelming majority of people in our community decided that this was an aesthetic that they did not want any more of. In my mind, it's pretty simple that the digital billboards, they take it up a notch, and it increases the type of aesthetic that people don't want. So for me, it's that simple, and I move to continue to not allow digital off-premise advertising displays within the city of Reno.
Thank you.
That was my speech.
Commissioner Kaufman?
I couldn't support the first motion. I think digital billboards, number 1, Reno, has billboards around that I don't like. I mean, if you talk about aesthetics, if you talk about having 278 billboards versus going down to the electronic ones where you're eliminating some of those, and you, there's bigger distance between. I think we're all in a digital world today. I mean, I don't care if it's your phone or, you know, where we used to have beepers. You know, we've gone far past that, and I think digital billboards are the same way. I think that's something that's coming. It'll be here. I think when I look at billboards that have been torn or worn or been out there for a while, and they aren't crisp, they aren't, you know, I don't like that. I think the billboards are new looking, the digital billboards, and so I can't support number 1.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Woosley? I'm sorry, Commissioner Haltom, go ahead.
I just wanted to add to that too. I mean, I'm looking at billboards in general, whether they're digital or not, as an archaic form of advertising. It throws a message up blindly, hoping that maybe 1 in 1,000 people will find that message appropriate. There's no way for us to you know, it's just a dead and dying technology, I think. I think all we're doing now is sprucing it up and then perpetuating the long, slow death of billboards. Is I think in the future they just won't be an efficient way to advertise with all of the targeted marketing, with the way that all of my history and my interests are being tracked with modern tools. It's just terrible. And you know, the fact that I can't take an adult-oriented message and tune it out, and I have to drive my kids past something that I find to be inappropriate, I think is a perfect example of how this technology is not being used appropriately. We've been talking a little bit about content. A lot of the messages out towards Verdi are advertising businesses in California and making fun of Reno, and they're actually driving business out of town, encouraging you to go to other businesses outside of our area, and that's just terrible. I think that this technology is only getting worse, and it's only going to get uglier.
Okay, Commissioner Stapleton, you had something to add?
I do have something to add, and just in response to Commissioner Kaufman, and I think this is maybe just a philosophical disagreement, where you see it as an improvement in technology. I see it as taking it up a notch. The thing that the people in Reno have decided that they think is clutter and an aesthetic that they do not want, this is a further exaggeration through a different medium of that clutter.
Thank you. Commissioner Woosley?
This is one of those things it's very sensitive to everybody, and I don't think my opinion is going to be favored by either side. I do see the use for digital billboards, and one of the digital billboards in town, I actually think is right on the money for its location, how bright it is, and do I consider it a nuisance or a safety issue? That being said, I don't want these everywhere. I don't want them 1 for 1 or even 2 for 1, 3 for 1. I think they're appropriate in certain locations, and they do have their use, but I really want to highly control where they are located. And so as far as motion number 1, I can support it. Or I'm sorry, I cannot support it.
Thank you. I'm not opposed to digital billboards. I'm opposed to the number of billboards that we have. And after reviewing R1 that was voted on by the people, including me, who voted in favor of it, I see us by law being allowed to maintain 278 billboards plus banked boards here in the city of Reno based upon new ordinances forever. But if we work with proposed motion number 2, I believe that we can work towards reducing the overall numbers and the overall clutter of signs in the Truckee Meadows, in the city of Reno. And that is a benefit to all of us. I have a hard time believing that whether it be any particular group or individual who was involved in question R1 really wanted to maintain 278 billboards in this community. I have, after several months of discussion, reduction of or the elimination of billboards is in our favor. The only way that we can do that and control it is by making suggestions and recommendations for future ordinance to reduce the number of signs, where they are, how long they're lit, how bright they're lit, or whatever it may be, to reduce the number of signs that we see in this community. And so I have seen digital billboards here in Reno, or excuse me, here in Sparks and on the Indian Reservation. I have seen them throughout my travels in western United States, and I don't find them any more offensive than I do any other billboard. The fewer the billboards, the better off they are. And our way of beautifying and making this community better is to minimize what we have, and I am going to fight hard to minimize the number of digital billboards we have, the number of overall billboards that we have, and slower flip times. And I may stand on an island all by myself when it comes to that, but I honestly think that that is in the best interest of this community. So I won't be voting in favor of motion number 1, but I would be in favor of voting for motion number 2. And with that, Commissioner Stapleton, I will let you readdress your motion.
Okay, so we can get this one out of the way. I move to continue to not allow digital off-premises advertising displays within the city of Reno.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Haltom, I'd second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, say aye. Nay.
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 3 nays, 2 ayes. Marilyn, please. Will you turn your mic on?
Would you please have someone in the negative restate their motion so that you would have a positive motion? Just any of the 3 of you who have voted.
Okay, Commissioner Kaufman.
So, proposed motion 2.
Restate number 1.
You can restate it as, you can do number 2. I
Okay.
just.
Yes, that's where I was headed next.
Okay.
Okay, so with motion number 1, not passing with the majority as written, I will entertain a motion as proposed number 2. Commissioner Kaufman.
Based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to recommend the City Council approve the text amendment by ordinance to allow digital off-premise advertising displays under certain standards.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Woodley, I'll second that.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion, comments?
Can I jump in here? Are we going to discuss what those standards are going to be? We had a lot of discussion tonight of changes.
That's a very good point, Claudia, and maybe before taking a final vote, because we do want to work on our recommendations, that maybe Commissioner Woosley and Commissioner Kaufman should withdraw their motion, and we should continue discussion at this time and or at a future meeting for modifications to the recommendations for ordinance. Withdraw.
Well, I'll
Unless
withdraw.
you want it to go as written tonight.
I'll withdraw my motion, but I don't have a problem with how it's written.
Okay. Commissioner Woosley, will you follow?
I will withdraw. I think, and wasn't sure if we were supposed to discuss that in the next motion, but
If we pass this motion, it goes to City Council as written, and that's our recommendation. And if we choose to discuss it and modify it, which is what I personally would prefer, then we continue this discussion and debate.
there are a few things that I'd like to discuss before we move forward. So,
okay, very good. So we do not have a motion to send anything to City Council at this time. I'm going to open it back up for questions and or discussion. Commissioner Woosley, I'll start with you.
one of the things that we talked about was taking a look again at the 200 feet as a general overarching distance for all signs, regardless of their size. I think that should be looked at again and should be distance sensitive based on the size of the sign.
And I can bring that back. That's not a problem. I have that information.
But as far as the 12-second flip time, I'm in support of that, and could even go higher, because I agree. I want to regulate this as much as we can and make it, you know, as less intrusive we can, even though I am in support of it. And that's it for me.
Okay, Commissioner Kaufman?
Okay, you know, but the other issues is 1,000 feet from residential area. I guess, why don't we just take them one by one?
That's fine.
So the first real issue would be the buffer of 1,000 feet from residentially zoned property.
I'd support 2,000.
Huh?
I'd support 2,000.
When it currently is 300?
That's correct.
Why 2,000? Where did you come up with that number?
Where'd you come up with 1,000?
Okay, that's a good answer. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Claudia, would you like to restate where you came up with 1,000 from? Because you discussed it earlier. It was an average of what other cities who have approved digital billboards. Those are some of the numbers that you pulled from your research.
So we're on 1816-905E. Currently states that the spacing between standard static boards are 750. The tri-visions, I will call them, are 1,000 from each other, but they would still be 750 from the static. And then no digital boards shall be located closer than 2,000 to the next digital. So it was the looking at an increased number of messages, increased lighting on the signs, and number of messages. I think I said that already. And so we increased it over the 1,000 for the tri-vision. So advertising display shall be located closer than 2,000 feet to the next digital, and shall not be located closer than 1,000 feet to residentially zoned property. So the 1,000 feet was mimicking the spacing from the tri-vision. It was just using consistent numbers that we already had in the code.
Okay. Commissioner Stapleton.
Maybe just to add something to this discussion, if we're trying to think about the appropriate number of feet from residential, should we expand this discussion to talk about areas of town that we want the billboards in? I mean, maybe we talk about whether we want, residential areas, and then how far from those residential areas, or along, I think we talked in past meetings about, within the McCarran Loop or along arterials or just in downtown. So maybe this discussion could be sort of more general in terms of, we don't want it near homes, maybe not so much how far away, but what types of neighborhoods, what parts of town.
Okay, and so to expand on that thought, and to give you so you can start visualizing where these would be going, I also have in there that they would be limited within the McCarran ring. We came up with the McCarran ring. That's where our most intense development is. Most of the lighting already exists. Most of our 24-hour uses are already within the McCarran ring, so that's where we went with the lighting that would be in that area. There has been discussion in past meetings that you could also require a special use permit for these to be on between the hours of 11 and 6. I didn't put that in there because I limited it to within the McCarran ring. A large portion of the parcels within that area is zoned MU or commercial. Most of the residential within the McCarran ring is on the west side, so you're going to have that 1,000-foot buffer from that area, and that's going to go into a lot of the MU districts. So along Virginia Street is going to be kind of buffered in that sort of that transitional area between the existing residentially zoned properties in the west going into the MU area. That's going to give about 1,000-foot buffer in that area. Another basic thing that I was working on was just trying to visualize what 1,000 feet is. So looking on the map, on our GIS map, doing radius from different areas where you're seeing that area. It's hard to say, give an average, because our blocks vary in size greatly all over the city, so I can't say it's 1 block or 2 blocks. But measuring it off of my office, I think most people here know where my office is, and then measuring towards Virginia Street, so the distance would be roughly almost to Virginia Street would be that 1,000 feet from where the community development office is at 450 Sinclair. So it's in that district, it's almost 2 blocks in that area. So looking at those different buffer areas, that's where we came up with those. I don't know if you had another question. So just some ideas. That's where we came up with that idea within the McCarran ring, and then that 1,000-foot buffer from the residential.
So the tri-vision signs that we have, the motion signs right now that we have in place in the city of Reno are 750, have a spacing of 750 feet?
1,000 feet from each other.
1,000 feet from each other?
750 from a static.
Okay, 750 from a static. Do we have anything for distance to residential?
Yes, we do. Let me just find it really quick. And if somebody from the sign industry wants to jump up and help me on this, I will accept that. 300 feet.
It's how many?
300 feet.
300 feet, okay. Yeah, tri-vision.
Tri-vision is has to be 300 feet from residential.
Yeah. Existing is no permanent off-premise advertising display shall be erected within 300 feet of residentially zoned property.
How about a static from residential? Well, probably not.
That's any type of off-premise would be 300, currently written.
Okay. Go ahead, Doug. You were starting to go through this kind of piece by piece and discussing.
I don't know, do we want to discuss that, or, the 1,000 feet?
Yeah, I think we should. I think we should come to agreement or agreement to disagree, but have something that we can work with as far as footage goes. If it's 2,000 feet, if it's 300 feet, we need to get a number so that we can direct staff, so that we have something put together that we can either agree on or disagree on.
I don't have an issue with 1,000 feet, especially being 3 times the distance, of the Tricon, so.
Right. The 1,000 feet to me from residential, I think, is something reasonable. And the reason I think it's reasonable is because right now the lit signs that we have, our ordinance says specifically shining light up to the board. Now we're going to be shining light away from the board. And I think farther away it is, the better. I think 2,000 feet becomes too far when you think about, the actual footage of it and separation from additional signage. I'm okay with 1,000 feet. Go ahead, Commissioner
Just
Wisman.
wanted to clarify, did you say 300 feet from residential or 1,000?
For existing, currently it
For-
says
for
300. Currently it's 300. For digital, it would be 1,000.
And I can support the 1,000 as well.
Commissioner Stapleton?
Are you guys interested in talking about the neighborhoods, parts of town within the McCarran Loop as part of this one?
Absolutely. I mean, I was just trying to stay with one item, and then we'll move to the next one. If everybody's okay with 1,000 feet, please, Commissioner Stapleton, start.
I can support within the McCarran Loop, and maybe we can have a discussion about, I don't know if there's any groundwork for this, or Claudia, you can give us any insight, along arterials, out of residential neighborhoods. I would maybe even out of mixed use. Or, I'm sorry, not mixed use, out of, multifamily with mixed use. I'm thinking of my neighborhood.
Multifamily is residentially zoned property, so that would have the buffer on. We consider multifamily and single family both residential. That's where people live. You had another question in there. Oh, arterials. We already have it on arterials as well. That was a requirement in here. It was added in number 10. It requires it on, it prohibits it on collectors and locals. So it would only be allowed on arterials and freeways.
So currently, billboards are only allowed on arterials?
I believe so.
And then what does that mean? I'm thinking, is Plum an arterial? Clearly Virginia is, McCarran is.
Plum, Virginia.
Moana?
Parts of Moana, not West Moana.
Right.
Kitski.
Any other north-south street? Oh, Kitski, Virginia.
Kitski, Virginia.
Any other north-south streets within the McCarran Loop?
There's probably another minor out there that I'm forgetting. There's probably another couple minors in there.
Well, just one thought about the McCarran Loop. How many of the signs, and I know Aaron sent a map around of the location of the signs in town. How many of the signs currently are outside of the McCarran Loop, and if we limited to inside the McCarran Loop, would that then create a concentration as signs were taken down outside, then maybe seemingly increase the amount of signs on the within the McCarran Loop? Am I making sense? If we're limiting it only to within the McCarran Loop, if we limit it to digital billboards only within the McCarran Loop, might that bring more of the signs that are banked? Then might it seem, depending on how the signs are dispersed right now, if we then limit only to within the McCarran Loop, might we have more than we already have within the McCarran Loop? If we limit it that way, I'm not making sense.
I think I understand what you're saying. There's already limitations of areas within there where off-premise advertising is prohibited or permitted. So there's only, I think it's 6 allowed on a certain portion of 395, and there's certain portions on 80 where it's only allowed, I think it's east of McCarran or Raw, I think it's McCarran. But there's certain numbers that limit already in that area. To remove existing boards that don't meet current spacing standards, most of those that don't meet the standards are within the McCarran Loop. There's probably some that don't meet it, but I think you'd see the removal coming down most likely within the McCarran Loop.
Okay. Flip times?
Mr. Chairman, I'm good with the 12 seconds, especially with the explanation from Claudia.
Okay.
I as well.
Max, Commissioner Haltom, you okay with that? I mean, that's 5 a minute, essentially.
12 is fine.
For me, my whole thing about the aesthetic, and that to me, the difference in the messaging is the frequency of it. That's one of the big things. And so I think 12 is pretty conservative, and I can support that.
Okay. I also support 12, so 12 is good.
While we're near there, can someone explain number 5? Illumination shall not change during a display period. What is that supposed to mean?
So if you've got an ad that's up there, the brightness doesn't change, I guess, unless a cloud goes over and automatically does the dimming because of the ambient light, but the ad itself won't have any changing light levels. It'll remain constant.
So if it's making adjustments for cloud cover, it needs to do it while it's switching from one 12-second.
No, I think it would be acceptable if it was during the cloud. That happens whenever it happens. That's more of a technical question that American Dictronics could probably answer, but that would happen just as the light changes, I would imagine.
The way the illumination dims.
Excuse me, would you at least for our records let us know who jumped up to the microphone?
I apologize. Roger Brown, here representing Daktronics once again. In answer to your question about how the signs dim, it's not an automatic dimming or brightening depending on ambient light level, and the reasoning for that is because if a sign is on, say, a very dark rural highway, and a car's headlights came along and hit the sign, the light meter would read that and instantly brighten up the sign, and you don't want that. What it does is it averages it out over about a 10-minute period, and each manufacturer does it a little bit different, but the idea being
Thank you very much for the explanation.
Graduated steps.
Next time, we'll call up people for comments.
Understood.
Okay. We're kind of bouncing around right now.
So for the, yeah,
ahead,
but
Doug.
we're talking about the light candles?
Yes.
And Claudia, didn't you say you had a graph or a chart, something with different
Yes.
distances? And
Yep, and I can bring that back in in the revised ordinance.
Okay. Well, that might be the only thing we have to revise.
There's a couple other little items that have been brought up tonight that need to be
Okay.
adjusted and clarified, so I would recommend that whatever we do, we bring it back to the Planning Commission.
Claudia, on item number 3, maximum time allowed for message display shall be 1 second.
It should be change of display. So that's the changing from
The
one.
change of display.
The actual flip, I guess it would be.
Okay, so the time between ads is a maximum of 1 second?
Yes.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that? That way a board's not blacked out and somebody looks at it wondering what's going on, creating a distraction, okay? Displays shall not, number 4, not be presented in motion, appear to be in motion or video. Everybody okay with that? Okay. Illumination shall not change, we're fine with that. Displays shall not flash or move. I mean, if we're okay with number 4, we're obviously, unless I'm misunderstanding something here, we're okay with that one. Displays shall not imitate or resemble any official traffic signal, traffic sign, or other official warning signs. Claudia, is there any thing that we should be concerned with as far as a yellow alert or anything like that that would preclude digital signs from being used if we have number 7 that you can think of?
I don't think there's anything to worry about with that being in there. We wouldn't want them to be putting up official traffic warning devices. They could still put up messages directing traffic or something like that, but we still wouldn't want them to have stop signs or yield signs or anything
Right.
like that.
Okay. Number 8, digital changeable off-premise advertising signs shall contain a default design that will freeze the device in one position or solid black if a malfunction occurs. Everybody okay with that? Okay. No cutouts shall be permitted. And for me being a layman, what the heck is a cutout on a digital board?
A cutout would be, for a good example, the Marlboro Man, where it's cut out in the shape of that. I'm not sure how you would do that on an electronic board anyway, but something outside of the standard rectangle shape.
Okay. So does that, is that clear enough to define no, I've seen some billboards recently where it looks like they have attached some device, looks like a body or some other configuration onto a static board, kind of making it 3D. Would this preclude that also?
You know, I can check the definitions and make sure, and we can get a definition in there.
Okay. I
can
mean,
add that in.
I think that should be
Sure.
added to clarify that. I know it probably doesn't work considering flipping between different advertisements, but you never know.
Right.
Somebody could get creative and buy all 5 flips or something. I don't know how it works, but.
Yeah, I'll get it. We'll add a definition, and if we don't
Okay.
have one.
Number 10, no display shall cause a glare or other condition that impairs the vision of a driver of any motor vehicle or obstructs, interferes with the driver's view of surrounding traffic situations. That's pretty obvious. No display shall emit sounds, pyrotechnics, or odors. I think that's pretty good. Pretty self-explanatory. Digital changeable off-premise advertising displays shall conform to the requirements for other off-premises advertising displays established in Chapter 18.16. If there is a conflict between standards contained in other portions of Section 18.16 and this section, the more restrictive shall prevail. Marilyn, are you okay with that?
You saw me rubbing my head, didn't you? Typically, the ordinance that is more specific is the one that is controlling, and you would not use this kind of language. You would just simply say, you would understand that if this ordinance is controlling digital billboards, then that is a more specific one, and that is the one you would go with.
Okay, I'm in favor of having Marilyn work with Claudia and rewriting that one and bringing it back with the rest of the recommendations.
So, yeah, it sounds like Maryland's proposing to just eliminate the second sentence.
But Claudia and I will work
We'll
together
work on
on it to make sure that it works out.
Okay.
I think number 13.
Number 13,
We covered. We'll bring back the options on the different sizes.
Okay, all right. Number 14, each application for digital off-premises advertising display shall include a photometric plan. The photometric plan shall demonstrate the digital display's maximum light intensity in foot candles above ambient light at 200 feet.
That'll
That will
also be
have to
adjusted.
roll into the
Yes.
13, okay.
Mhm.
Removal requirements prior to the approval of any digital off-premises advertising display documentation shall be provided demonstrating the removal of existing off-premises advertising displays which do not meet current location criteria of twice the square footage of the proposed display and the exchange of banked receipts totaling 6 times the square footage of the proposed display. The removed off-premises advertising displays shall not be replaced or banked. To me, the last sentence is as important as the ratio, because that's what's going to start eliminating banked billboards along with regular billboards, which is going to remove the sight of blight as it has been referred to. Aaron, I would like to ask you to come up and offer a 30-second or less reason why we shouldn't do that.
My biggest issue is with the idea that we're taking down existing structures. We're confusing the situation because we're including structures that are up versus what's in the bank. The code as it currently is written provides for, if you take down a structure, it creates a banked receipt. So that whole system, to your question, that whole system is already in place in other parts in the code. So if you don't have a banked receipt, you go take down a board, you create a banked receipt, and you can satisfy this requirement. The idea of, I think you're creating a nightmare, a tracking nightmare from the standpoint of working with existing structures versus banked receipts. It should just be a standard, this is how many we want on a banked receipt basis.
But that's what we're eliminating. That's what we're proposing City Council eliminates, and our recommendation is to remove the banked system.
No,
Yes.
Well, I think what you're
No.
proposing is to remove the banked receipts from the bank, and at the end of the day, the bank would be empty. Okay,
Essentially.
right? So, but
Bank doesn't exist if it doesn't have any money.
And some existing boards would be removed as well. It's a combination.
Both, yes.
Yes.
So you would be reducing the numbers of both, banked and existing,
Yes.
physical.
That's the proposal.
At the end of the day, the bank is still going to exist, to your point, but it's, logically, it would end up at zero at some point. And if
Right.
somebody wanted to install a digital, they would go take down whatever number you guys come up with of boards. That would create banked receipts, and they would cash in those banked receipts then to install a digital. But I think because the code already addresses how you create those banked receipts, it's much cleaner if you just say this many, this number times, the square footage of what's being proposed gets you there.
Okay, thank you. Lori, I'll give you a couple of seconds, please, or a minute.
Thank you. The comments that I'm going to make doesn't mean that I'm in favor of trading.
Understand.
Okay. The city council said they didn't want any banked receipts originally. That was the original. And so at least two would come down off the streets. If we're trying to eliminate clutter, you've got to take two down at least, or some amount down. You can't just throw in the bank receipts because Clear Channel Outdoor owns 34 of the 50 banked receipts. They could put up 5 digital billboards and only take down 10 boards and then surrender the 34 that they have in the bank. So no, don't let them just, go around this.
Well, I think that's why it's important that in this item, we're taking down physical up billboards right now.
Okay.
Along with
the banked receipts.
Additional square footage being removed from banked signs.
And that's what I understood, that's what the staff report said, but I just understood him say that, you shouldn't confuse the issue and just make them all banked receipts. And that's what I'm objecting to. It should be two, if it's going to take some billboards down. And again, I want to remind the commission that the city council didn't want to use bank receipts. They wanted only, and I know what you're saying, that once you take a billboard down, it becomes a bank receipt
We can't
and then it
change
goes
what they
out.
did yesterday, but what we can do is make tomorrow better, and we can send our recommendation to them, and hopefully they will understand with the work and effort we've put into it where we're going.
Okay, thank you.
So, Claudia, in number 15, in my opinion, and I want input from other fellow commissioners, that number 15, maybe clean it up a little bit, so that there's no confusion in there about what is to be removed, both physical and banked.
No problem, we can work on that. But you're okay with the 8-to-1, 2 existing and 6 banked?
No, I have a problem with that, but we're going to get there now.
Oh, okay, sorry, jumping ahead.
Because I'm wondering if based upon, what these numbers are, we clean up a bunch of banked boards, and we've only reduced 2 physical boards. Is that really appropriate? And even though we're going square foot for square foot, we're allowing a board to have 5 individual advertisements on it per minute. So, I mean, I would like to see more than just 2 come down from the field right now.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Haltom,
Yeah.
I concur. I think as written here, you're going to find that people will find ways around the system, and they'll primarily lean on the banked receipts, and we'll ultimately see an increase in the number of billboards in town, and an impact and, much larger just number of impressions out in the market. I'd support something more like 4 to 4 than 2 to 6.
Any other comments or thoughts? Yes, sir. I'm sorry I don't remember your name, but I'll give you a few seconds to come up and share your thoughts with us.
Really, I'd like to ask a question of Claudia. My name is Tom Weatherby with Young Electric Sign. In your summary of this area, you say that the goal is to removal of non-conforming billboards, and you can further say that you're proposing 8 to 1, 2 comparable signs plus 6 banked industry receipts, and you're basing that on the current use of 8 advertisements, 8 advertisers per digital board. But if you go with 12, 2 issues here. If you go with 12 seconds, you're only allowing 5 per new digital board. So
that's a very good point. We should probably limit that too, so that in 24 hours you can only have 5 advertisers per board. That's a good idea.
No, I'm saying you're asking to take down 8, but you're not allowing 8 advertisers.
Well, yeah, but you could have 16 advertisers. But your point is well taken.
The way these are sold is how many can you do per minute? Okay, it's 8 per minute.
So it's
5 per minute.
Okay, now I'm getting
You don't sell the second minute.
Now I'm getting confused because I thought we wanted flip times to be faster because you wanted a car to see it and he's only got 8 or 10 seconds to go by and you wanted to see 1 or 2 signs, but now it's based on 60 seconds of driving by. I'm confused. Aaron, you may want to...
Let me ask the first question again.
Okay.
When you get back here, and I'm talking about the 2 additional ones that you have to take down, do those 2 have to be non-conforming signs?
Well, they have to not meet spacing standards.
Okay. Let's say I'm Yesco and I have 30 faces, 15 billboards in Reno. That's all I've got. And I don't have any non-conforming or that don't meet. All my 15 meet the spacing standards. So even if I took 8 of those down, I could not have a digital billboard.
Have 1.
Not if I don't, if you're saying that I have to have 2 that don't meet the standards currently. And if all mine meet the standards currently, I can't comply with that if that part's in there.
What he's saying is correct. When this was at City Council last, there was a large discussion about getting the existing billboards that we have to meet existing standards, and that's been the goal, and that's kind of always planning's goal, is to get everything to meet standards. That's what we like. And so that would be our goal, is to give an incentive to remove those ones that don't meet standards.
Okay.
And that's something that they can discuss, but that's currently how it's written.
I understand.
If I don't have a non-conforming board, I can't ever meet this standard.
That's a very good point, Tom. So then we should have, and Marilyn, correct me because I'm not trying to play attorney, but there is verbiage that is used in the law profession that is if, ands, ors, so that if Yesco, for example, meets all the criteria on 16 signs and they want to go to 2 digitals and none of theirs are non-conforming, Then they fall into the next tier, which would allow them to trade in 8 signs in conformance for one, or use all 16, get rid of them, and put 2 digitals up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, what you've done is just created a second tier. If you don't meet this, then you can meet this.
Right.
I mean, you have alternatives. You have this alternative, or you have this alternative. But what Claudia is saying is that there was a discussion at City Council that they wanted simply the one alternative to eliminate what they perceived as non-conforming. And you had a speaker, I think it was Danny Schulte, that indicated that all billboards were deemed to be conforming at some point. So you need to clean up that language. My recommendation would be don't use the word conforming or not conforming. Simply state, if you're talking about spacing and they don't meet current requirement, then those would be the ones that could come down in some fashion.
And that wording is in the proposed ordinance.
Okay, so when this comes back before us, that will be cleared up, and we will have a 2-tier system to look at, which is a very good point.
Okay.
Which is a very good point, because that's not what the intentions is behind this.
To exclude us.
Exactly.
Okay.
Or anybody else.
All right.
That's not the intention.
And I don't know that ours are or aren't, but it just, if we didn't have one that was non-conforming,
But City
I could
Council,
never
the first
comply.
thing they want to do is clean up non-conforming signs. That's the priority. If all signs are conforming, then we go to the next level, which would be to start reducing signs and trading in statics for a digital.
Okay.
Commissioners agree with that?
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Commissioner Altima. It's, and I don't want to preclude them from taking 8 billboards down. That would be great.
Right.
Then my second thing is about the 8 versus 5. I mean, you're basing 8 for 1 on current industry standards, but you're not going to allow 8. You're only going to allow 5 a minute. So.
Well, that's because we've been told in previous meetings that we've had and workshops that unless the traffic is stopped, if you're going by at, how fast were they going, Max? 60-some miles an hour or 9,000 feet a second or something?
Yeah, Commissioner Romeo was traveling 55 miles an hour in his hot August nights car.
Yes, thank you. But anyways, you're only going to see 1 or 2. So whether it's 5 or 8 or 10 or 2, there is a short window of opportunity to see a given number or numbers of advertisements, but chances are you won't see them all unless you're stopped in traffic.
And I'm not arguing with the 12-second flip. What I'm arguing with is basing 8 to 1 to come down instead of 5 to 1.
Sure.
Because that's all you're going to allow me to put on there is 5 advertisers now, and you're asking me to take down 8.
No, we have not even discussed, other than my conversation one-on-one with you a few minutes ago, limiting the number of advertisers. You could still have as many advertisers on that board as you wanted.
You want to help me out here?
Okay, thank you.
They buy it by the minute.
You
can put 5 a minute. That's all you're ever going to put on there.
Okay, thank you. No, I don't want to continue the conversation on unless commissioners wish to how limiting number of advertisers per digital. I don't believe we need to dictate to business that they do that. So we're Claudia, you're okay, and Marilyn, you're okay with kind of reworking that so it cleans up number 15? Okay.
Yes.
Number 16, the face of each digital changeable off-premises advertising display shall contain a discernible message or graphic at all times, excluding periods during which any of the following occur: repairs, replacement of parts, cleaning, regular maintenance, associated utility outage, natural disaster, or severe weather. Again, makes sense. I think it covers it all. That way it's not like having a static without an advertisement on it. Anybody else have anything else they would like to consider adding or discussing? Commissioner Kaufman.
No, this is probably for Marilyn or Claudia, is if we don't approve this number 2 proposed motion, our motion would be just to have staff go back and rewrite.
You can change, those are proposed motions. You can change that motion any way you want.
Okay. Now, when we have staff come back,
We've given staff direction tonight. Come back with a rewritten proposal, and we'll look at it then. If that's what you want to do, you can do that. If you want to continue on tonight, you can continue on tonight.
you got to be kidding me.
Well, that's your call.
Commissioner Woosley?
Yeah, I have one question for staff. In my notes here, I have one of the comments from the audience was, would this open up the door for, since it's going digital, having video and videotaping back online? Is that something we need to consider at this time?
It's in there to be prohibited.
It is?
Yep.
Did I miss that? Okay.
N4.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
But I think what you were referring to was face recognition and license plate recognition. Anybody from the billboard industry like to address that at the podium right now? I know it's probably new technology, future technology, whatever. Aaron?
Yeah, we certainly don't have any of those capabilities, and I think, I don't know, from an industry perspective, that would be an invasion of privacy. We'd be dealing with too many other issues. There's nothing like that even being contemplated. So.
Thank you. Gloria, I'm going to give you a few seconds to rebut that, because you look like you're eager to do that.
Okay, just give me 1 second. This is from Jerry Wachtel's piece in the American Planning Association that's in your packet, and it says that digital billboard technology is advancing faster than policymakers can deal with it. Until recently, these advances were limited to sign size, brightness, and image fidelity. The newest technologies focus on capturing the motorist's attention in ever more sophisticated ways, thus raising new questions for regulators and privacy advocates. Among the new technologies are these: personalized messages. Billboards can now extend personal greetings to drivers. How are you going to regulate that? That's First Amendment rights. Advertiser wants to say, "Thanks for buying a Mini Cooper," or "Congratulations on your new Mini Cooper," Kevin Weisky, as you're driving by. How are you going to prevent that? And who's going to watch that?
Is there any difference? And this is a straight question to you right now.
It's just a text message, just like anything else.
But it's like a static board. Couldn't you or I go out and buy a board for 30 days, a static board, and say happy anniversary to our spouse?
Yes, and it's more distracting. But a sign that's
But
flipping.
there's nothing that prohibits that now, right? I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, but could you not sell that as advertising?
Okay.
I think so. Although I agree with what you're saying.
But it's flashing. It's digital technology. That's the difference. "Hi, Kate. Nice day for your convertible." Will flash whenever Kate's car approaches the billboard. They can recognize it. It's a change. It's a flash of light, and it's got your name up there. That's a huge distraction, and it's a danger. In interactive displays. Secretary of Transportation Roy LaHood has made driver distraction a high priority, but it's okay.
I believe we're back to video recognition, which is addressed.
Facial recognition. Most digital billboards are equipped with photo sensors to measure ambient light so that the sign's luminance can be adjusted. They talk about automated license plate recognition, all those kinds of things. These are things that, you know, will flash. Not flash in the sense of it's animated, but it'll be the thing that will scroll up will be your name and happy anniversary.
Okay.
And that's what you're looking at.
Thank you. Claudia, does your proposed recommendation cover that? I mean, I know you're,
No, that's getting too involved in the content of the message on there, and it's not something we would regulate.
Okay. Marilyn?
Yeah, I'm hearing that the technology is moving in that direction. I think that we have to say, where are we today? If we want to change the code in a year, we can, but I think we have to be very careful about slipping into content, because we're not going to regulate content, and that gives me grave concerns that we start down that road of saying you can say hello to your wife or you can't say hello to your wife as you drive along. I'm really concerned here about the content issue.
Okay. Fellow commissioners, why don't we, think about that one some more. Find out, Claudia, if there's any confirmation of anything like that. I would ask the industry to please provide us with some background on it so that when we get together and discuss this at our next meeting, that we have a better understanding of it and how to deal with it in the future. I certainly understand the concern, and I think my fellow commissioners probably do also, and wouldn't want it. But, some more information on that I think would be better. And we'll take it from everybody. Okay? So fill our email boxes up again with information. Any other questions? I had one question because I heard something that you said earlier, but it was a very short little statement about special use permit for signs after 11 o'clock or between 11 and 6, or what, signs going dark between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m.
And I had brought that up during, I think it was the workshop, as an option of something you could look at. That currently businesses use any land use or business, not a land use, a business that operates after 11 o'clock p.m. or before 6 o'clock and before 6 o'clock a.m. Requires the approval of a special use permit. That is something, and there is another city, and I can't remember what it is right now, that does require that signs are turned off at midnight. So that was just another idea that I brought forward during the workshop, and I mentioned it tonight that as one that I did not put in the draft ordinance.
I don't know about you guys, but I'd like some more information on that at our next meeting. Commissioner Stapleton?
Yeah, especially if it's something that other businesses have to comply with, and then that's something that could address if there were, say, issues with a sign closer to a residential neighborhood, because then citizens would get noticing, get a chance to come out and give some input. So I'd be interested in hearing more.
It's for information. Let us gain the information so that we can, make a good decision and make a good recommendation. So if we could get some more information on that from everybody, anybody who would like to offer it. And I right now can understand where the billboard industry is going to come from in saying no. I completely understand it. We don't turn shopping center lights dark at 11 o'clock just because businesses don't have a special use permit and they close at 10. I understand that. But I just want to know what some of the other communities have done in dealing with this. If we have an issue, if it will help this be a better community, we should all feel good about giving the input for whatever it is. So, Anything else? Commissioner Haltom.
Quick question for Marilyn. Marilyn, if it's within our ability to limit the location of adult-oriented businesses, or even in the, we had a conversation recently about convenience stores and making special precautions to keep adult-oriented material out of the hands of children and so forth. And these were conditions that we put on these projects as we approved them. Why can we not add a condition on something like this to require that all the messaging and content be appropriate for all audiences?
That is content. Generally, First Amendment does not allow you to regulate content in that fashion. You can regulate content only with respect to off-premises and on-premises. So if it's not obscene, then we don't regulate content.
So you can regulate content if it's obscene. That is the only instance in which you can regulate content.
I can't think of any other instance at the
Right.
moment.
So pornographic,
Only that
obscene.
it's obscene, right.
Okay. Are we good?
We are. There's a couple other
Claudia,
minor
you-
changes that I will make when I bring it back. There's the 2,000 feet is in there twice, and there's a couple changes on the definitions that need cleaning up, and I can bring those back.
Okay. How much time do you need to do this? Can we do it? Should we schedule this for our December meeting?
I can definitely have it back by your December meeting.
Okay.
I'd rather have it January.
Okay. I heard that. Yes?
Aren't we planning a special meeting for the agenda item that was first and got pulled? Could we do it at that meeting in 2 weeks or something? Sorry, never mind.
We've just given her a pretty full plate, and if we want to get information, I don't suggest that. I'm not in favor of that, Dave, but you can offer it.
If it's done by then, I will notice it. We'll put it in the paper, and we'll advertise it appropriately. And if I can get it done by that meeting, I will. Not promising it.
Okay. Again, I'm not aware of a deadline that we have on this, and if we look at it in December and we still need to discuss it some more and mold it, change it a little bit more, then we should certainly consider that, as a motion to continue to the January meeting.
And it doesn't change the review time, the ultimate review time anyway, because of the adjusted meeting schedule for council in December and January, and where we have to place ordinances. So the ultimate result doesn't change any by putting it into December.
Okay. So we'll just kind of leave it to staff. If staff's got it ready for us in December, it'll be agendized. If it's not, then it'll be agendized for January.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments? Discussion? Marilyn, do we need a motion for continuation?
If you would, please.
Okay. Commissioner Haltom, sorry.
Commissioner Haltom, in the case of AT-32, which one? Right, AT-3207?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the text amendment over here as well. I'd like to propose that we continue this agenda item to the December meeting if staff is prepared to address it at that time.
Okay, have a motion and a second. Commissioner Stapleton?
I second the motion.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay? Okay, motion carries unanimously. We'll continue it to our December meeting and see what kind of information we get back then and see if we can make a recommendation. Next on our agenda, and thank you very much to everybody who's stayed here. I know it's late, and all the input that we've got over the last 30 days was fantastic. Unfinished business. TXT 12-00007, on-premises sign amendments. Staff?
Once again, Claudia Hansen, Planning and Engineering Manager. And we had this on the agenda last month, and Mr. Woodley had to leave unexpectedly, and you had some questions for him on this item, and he is present tonight, and I thank him greatly for staying to this late hour. And I believe he's available for questions.
Thank you, Alex. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Alex Woodley, Code Enforcement Manager for the city, for the record. I have a slide presentation here. I don't know about the rest of you, but I've been here since 0700, so I want to get out of here ASAP. I know you do too.
God bless you.
So we have a presentation, 13 slides. That should be pretty quick.
Ask your questions. Commissioner Stapleton, I'll let you go first.
Yes, ma'am.
I was just asking about, we had a long conversation.
Yeah, you had some questions, you and Commissioner Romeo, last month, no?
Yes, we did. And it was Alex going to give his presentation. It turned into a long discussion last time. I was just asking if...
Do you want to...
I'll just go ahead and give you, waiting for this, but just to give you an idea from code enforcement's perspective, is the way we understand the idea was to provide the opportunity for citizens to control signs in front of their residential property and in the public right-of-way with certain restrictions. And it's been our experience that we're going to have individuals that are not conducting it within the realms that are allowed in the code. And our concern is really the workload for code enforcement, because once you open that door, have the ability to have all these signs in the public right-of-way, regardless of the restrictions, we anticipate getting a lot more complaints and calls for service from the residential neighborhoods. People within the residential neighborhoods, whether it's they don't like seeing the signs in the public right-of-way, or they have concerns as to whether or not they're meeting the requirements of having signs in the right-of-way, or individuals that feel, hey, signs are allowed in the right-of-way, let me just put them out there without researching what the restrictions are or considerations are. Here are some issues that we have with this. You can see the first one. We've lost a significant amount of staff. We used to have sign inspectors that addressed signs in the city, throughout the city, and we no longer had those, and that workload was transferred over to the rest of the code officers. We've lost 2 code officers since then as well. As you can imagine, with the economy and with the foreclosures and all the other issues that we're dealing with, at this point in time, it's very difficult for us to try to assume some, what we perceive to be an increase in workload for our staff and calls for service. 90% of all our calls that we get for complaints are for issues within residential neighborhoods. So even though we may have these issues existing in commercial areas, we anticipate that if this issue comes into the residential neighborhood, we're going to get an increase in calls for service. As you can see here are other issues, proliferation of the signs in the right-of-way. The benefit for the few, which will be the individuals with the signs, will have negative impact on the remaining individuals in the neighborhood. We have conflicting codes, home occupations. If you have a home occupation, you are not allowed to have any signage on the exterior of your property. However, you'll have the possibility of having your neighbor having signs in front of their property because they won't have a home occupation. They are allowing someone else's sign to be placed in front of their property. We have the issue of the city allowing the owners to regulate the content of the signs. As you know, we can't regulate content of signage. But if I have a home and you come to me and you ask me, hey, I'd like to put my Save the Whale sign in front of your property, I might say no, but I'll let you put a Save the Seal sign out. So we'll have that issue there as well. We also have concern of property owners who feel that they're in a high-profile area, the corner property of a busy street intersection, and think, hey, I have this prime real estate, so to speak, for signage, and they might decide to go visit some local businesses and say, come put your signs in front of my house. I'll let you do that. As it exists right now, the NRS doesn't allow public signs in the public right-of-way as far as NDOT and other Nevada state-owned property. And there's also concerns about who will settle the disputes, because we anticipate there's going to be disputes between the people who own the signs and the property owners that are allowing them to put the signs there. Neighbors having disputes with their neighbor. They might not like the sign that the neighbor's allowing in front of their property. Once again, we can't regulate content, but we anticipate that the citizens are not going to be aware of that. They're just going to know that that's the public right-of-way, and they're going to want us to address it. Our experience has been, we always ask citizens, did you talk to your neighbor? And they don't like to talk to their neighbor, but they have a lot to say to us. So we anticipate that we will see a significant increase in calls for service. And I'll show you this next slide. Will give you, can I do it? Just click here. Oh, so we anticipate, you can imagine something like this happening in a residential neighborhood in front of homes, in the parkway or in the sidewalk. Granted, maybe they will research what the parameters are, maybe they won't, but we can anticipate seeing things. This influx of signs, this is what we have now. We don't want, this is what we have now. We see this in commercial areas. We anticipate that if we start seeing this in residential areas, we're going to get the calls. People are much more sensitive about their residential neighborhood than they are in the commercial area. We have signs like this that exist. You know, we don't know what the reaction right now is. You know, if you have signs, you have to hold them out in the public right of way, freedom of speech. But you can anticipate any kind of signs, whatever messages they may have, that they will be allowed to put in the public right of way, and we won't be able to regulate the content, and that is our concern. There is some legislature out there. There's cases in Sacramento, for example. They had an issue with signs in the public right of way, and ADA representatives came and sued them, and they had a settlement because they made the claim that they were blocking the sidewalk for wheelchair access. And now their code now, which was recently changed, says they pretty much don't allow anything in the sidewalks, period, or in the public right of way. Other jurisdictions recently have, as you can see from those dates, looked at not allowing any signs in the public right of way. And these are recent ordinances that are being reviewed. And we also have other case laws that exist with regards to providing free access on sidewalks and not ensuring that there's nothing in the sidewalks blocking access. The current code we have now, we currently cite people for blocking the sidewalk with vegetation or weeds or what have you. I'll give you an idea here. You guys, some of you have been on NABS and seen these photos. You know, what do we do when we issue a citation of someone for this and they say, well, right across the street, my neighbor has a sign on his sidewalk. Why don't you cite him? Oh, no, that'll be allowed. You know, we allow that in the code, but you're going to have to trim this. And this is what we currently. So our hope is that recommending the maintaining the prohibition which exists as it is from signs in the right of way and avoid the clutter and, more importantly, to facilitate our ability to do our job. And I think that's pretty much the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Questions? Commissioner Stapleton.
So if we reinstate this prohibition, which is what I think we're being asked to look at tonight, I've got two questions. In terms of the signs on the sidewalks, okay, forget that question, because you're going to say it's hard to regulate. The issue that came up, and thanks a lot for those signs in the last two slides, okay? Thank you. The issue that came up last meeting that I think Dennis and I both brought up is that some of the signs that will be prohibited are things that actually are pretty valuable in some of our neighborhoods. Some of the examples that we've thought of is lemonade stand, garage sale, the signs.
Weekend car show was mentioned.
Open house.
Weekend
Open
car
house.
show, open house, and soccer game this way. You know, stuff that people in the community really use this form of speech or communication for. I think when we think about who the bad actors might be, who would really make this a problem for code enforcement, is businesses who then would take advantage of this. Once they found out they could do this, they go find who on their neighbors they can put signs in front of their homes, and suddenly it's, business is taking advantage, and that's. So my question is, and this is for Marilyn, is there a way to do a commercial or non-commercial, or is that something that can't be regulated? I know we do premise, off-premise. What if we, allowing for the community uses such as, community picnic, car show, without taking out commercial, taking commercial out?
Well, you can, you perhaps could do that. I think that that would increase code enforcement's load even more than what they have now, because people would not understand the difference between commercial and non-commercial, and trying to regulate those would be more difficult than even allowing what we had, and as code has indicated, that increases their burden. So I think that that's probably not a way that we would be able to go and be effective.
And to add to that, I think your concern is currently addressed already under temporary off-premises advertising displays. You're already allowed to have temporary off-prem advertising, and there's some standards in code that allows it without a permit. So if it's under 6 square feet, it's within half mile of the site, and it's up only between 6 and 9, and it doesn't block the vision triangle. Those are already allowed, so that you would be able to have your lemonade stand up.
Your soccer game this way, that would still be allowed. That would be allowed.
Couldn't be in the
currently?
sidewalk, couldn't be in the parkway, but it could be, can't be in the right of way, but it could be on, if you can get permission from another property owner to put it on there within a half mile, you could do that.
So what we would be prohibiting by repealing this is specifically on the parkways and on the sidewalks.
Correct.
But otherwise, you could have it only on private property.
You can have it on private property. You would not be able to have it in the right-of-ways, the sidewalks, or the parkways. But right now, you can put your private lemonade stand, your soccer direction, all of that on a person's private property. It's just that they haven't done that, but they could certainly go to their neighbors and say, can we put this sign out to direct traffic in a certain way for this afternoon's soccer game, and they could do that.
And just to let you know, from the practicality of it, we know it happens, we know it exists. Every weekend, we all see it. The garage sale signs, the directional signs, the boxes out in the street, on the sidewalk saying garage sale, et cetera, what have you. And the point that we've taken is we try to be pragmatic with it. It happens on Saturday and Sunday, but Monday morning when we come to work, they're all gone. So at that point, there is really no issue for us to address. So we know it happens on the weekend. We're not going to pay someone overtime or have our weekend code officer who's out there catching the guys with the illegal auto repairs and the other illegal activity. We're not going to take them off that to deal with these garage sale signs and these neighborhood activity signs, because it's insignificant for us as far as in comparison to the other issues and code violations that we have. So the one individual we have working on the weekend is dealing with the much more egregious issues and more important nuisances. This we know exists, happens every weekend, but when we come in Monday morning, it's gone. So there is no violation for us as far as we're concerned.
So basically, it's, we'll allow this, if we reinstate this prohibition, we'll sort of turn the other cheek on this illegal activity, because if it was illegal altogether, it would be not only those people, but everybody and their brother, and then it would be really hard to regulate. And my concern is that still then on the books, that kind of communication would be illegal. That's still a concern for me. I don't know if it is for anybody else, so that maybe, when times, in 10 years, when you've got all the staff you want and people start regulating that and people aren't allowed to have car show, that's enforced, then I think that would be an issue, and maybe we would need to revisit it at that point. But for me, that's what the issue is, and I think that's an important form of communication that we should have. So I don't know if I can support the prohibition,
Right.
reinstating the prohibition. I don't know if anybody else cares about this. But.
Just the one example I keep thinking of are they call them the bootleg signs that the builders put up on the weekends to direct them to the model home communities, which are buried back in the, side streets now. So we're still saying something like that, as long as they have the permission of the property owners, they can still put those up on a temporary basis from 9 to 6.
Yes.
Right, so they just got to put them up and take them down, put them up and take them down.
Correct, as long as it meets the standards within temporary off-premise.
But you just can't put them on the sidewalk or in the
Right, you
middle
can't put it in the
median
right of way.
Right, okay. And so the same thing would apply if you were doing an open home, or, a garage sale or something, right? You just need to keep those things out of the right of way and
Correct.
get some property owners or the HOA to agree to let you stick it in the common area or whatever it might be.
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly. I think that's the way it was explained to us a couple of months ago when we first saw it, was that go introduce yourself to your neighbor and say, by the way, I'm having a garage sale this weekend. Can I put a sign up? And if you still want to have a garage sale, have one with my sign up. But I need to put it in your front lawn for a few hours.
That's correct.
Kind
And
of like realtors used
Sure.
to do when they were out drumming up another possible sale.
Right, and I think, Alex, the issue for us was that we have a lot of respect for your perspective and your job, and you've always given us great advice, and your presentations at the NABs are always just dead on, and we were just more confused over anything. What did we do wrong? What did we put in place that screwed you up so bad that we need to undo it? And nobody could really clarify that, and that's what we were trying to arrive at. What did we over-restrictively do that made your life so tough? So
No, it's okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussions, questions, or motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr.
In the case of
Commissioner
TXT 12-00007, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to recommend the City Council approve the text amendment by ordinance.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Woosley.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Woodley, for stopping in and staying all night. Too late. Okay, next on our agenda, Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Liaison Report. Our meeting is next week. Staff announcements. Actually, it's been postponed. It's in 2 weeks on the 16th. Good night, Marilyn. Good night.
Keystone Canyon and Stone Valley zone change were both approved by City Council this last month. The APA conference went off fantastic this month. I don't think I saw any of you there, but you missed a great opportunity for some training. And we would also like to welcome Mr. Bill Thomas as the new Community Development Director. He was here earlier and stayed remarkably long. But he will begin at the city next week, and we are very happy to have him on board. And also congratulations to the Egan's and their new baby boy.
Okay, announcements of upcoming training opportunities. I think there's one next week or 2 weeks.
At Washoe County?
Yes.
I believe there is.
2 weeks. I think it's on the 14th.
Okay.
Okay. Report on status responses to staff direction. I think you're pretty much up to speed on everything except what we gave you tonight.
Right. I haven't done those yet.
Report on actions taken by City Council. You did that for us. Commissioners' suggestions for future agenda items? None? Okay. Public comment? There's nobody left. So public comment's open and closed. Adjournment. Good night, finally.